He's been sacrificed to the blood god.
Oh.
Would be quite a twist, I guess.
Yeah. Do. Why is that? What the fuck? Oh.
So,
Okay.
Zach and I discovered the mystery of why his character sheet was on lockdown. It's because he had too many characters, and D&D Beyond was like, no.
My subscription ran out as well for some reason.
Oh. Huh. Yeah, I just paid for the yearly, like the year-by-year
I
one.
mean, that's what I did too.
Oh, wait, shit. Oh, so you've had it for a long time. I only just recently, probably like 4 or 5 months ago,
Yeah, I've had it for a
actually
while.
paid for the hero sub.
You should have the Dungeon Master sub.
Well, I don't have a whole lot of fucking source books anyway.
It's everyone
Not
in the
on
game.
there.
It's everyone in the game. It's not just you.
It's just like a. Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the way it reads, it makes it seem like the person with the Dungeon Master sub has to have the stuff. Is the way it reads to me. It's I can share my source books with my players. Not my players can share their source books with
Everyone
me.
says it's just everyone in the game, as long as the Dungeon Master of that game has the Dungeon Master sub.
Well, it's like 3 times as expensive, so I didn't do it.
You're a lawyer. You'll be fine.
Alright.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means you steal money from other people, so give some of it back.
Give some of it to fucking D&D Beyond. I don't think they need it. I think they're doing okay.
Hmm.
I was waiting on Justin to come back. I don't know where he went. He was here before everybody, and then disappeared into the night.
Speaking of having too many characters, I was just coming up with a concept for another one.
But why, though?
Because I like having options.
You had too many options. That was a problem, though.
Well,
No, and I'm not talking like he had, like, maybe 5 or so characters. He had legitimately, like, probably, like, 30.
Yep.
I think we're on pace at this rate to finish this arc by the end of the year. No, I think we'll be okay.
I'm so happy.
But we'll go ahead and start the new schedule, which is after this week. Next weekend will be a break week, and then the next weekend we'll play again. Hopefully Trevor can get his campaign together at some point. We can start doing that on the off weeks for those that wish to. You'd invite your work friend, Trevor. Your campaign. Since he's his group's forever DM. Probably. I'm sure he would. If he's able.
We'll see.
Okay. I'm gonna see what the fuck Justin's doing. Hold on. Said I'll be back in a second. Alright. Zach, did you get a chance to kind of skim through the session 19? That way you could, because your character would know everything that happened. It's just a matter of, he was in the background, kind of.
Would he though? I mean, was he around at all the events that were actually going on?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
he's just in the
were,
bushes.
yeah, you were basically spying on the party to see if anyone was spying on them,
Hmm.
which we will resolve at the beginning of the session tonight.
Oh.
Someone will have to just do a very good job at the recap, I guess.
Spencer,
Not it.
you haven't done one, so it's your turn.
I have done it. That's why I had inspiration.
You did it like
Right, so he didn't murder his child.
you did it like 2. Yeah, he burnt that inspiration. So
He had 2 though.
nope, it's not how it works. You don't get to save them.
I thought we could stack up 2 of them.
Nope.
You can.
Ah.
So I was thinking about something earlier regarding surprise rounds.
They're stupid and retarded, and you overuse them. Yes.
Well, so what I was thinking was to make it a little less impactful to the action economy, rather than a surprise round. Give the surprising side just advantage on their initiative rolls.
Oh, there's a dark mode now. Sorry.
Because
Yeah, it's still kind of goofy because you're like, well, I start the encounter with me shooting him in the back of the head. Okay, well, they can still go before you.
well, I mean, so the way that I would say that is if you do something like that, then
You resolve that action, and then you roll initiative.
you resolve that action, and then everyone rolls initiative with the other surprising people. I mean, the other way to do it would be to have the surprise people roll their initiative at disadvantage.
Hmm.
I mean,
Yeah.
it doesn't really matter either way.
I mean, if I'm thinking
Yeah.
like a classic like wartime ambush. You're like, well, this starts on when they like step on the booby trap, or we start the fire. So technically, you would both have the same audio cues. So yeah, I think.
Yeah, I
the
mean
advantage for
the
other
issue
surprising party would.
the issue with the
work out.
surprise round is just the fact that you basically have the opportunity, you have the chance that one side or the other is going to get 2 turns in before the other thing gets a turn at all. And this kind of prevents that. It allows the sort of initiating act to occur while, you know, mostly guaranteeing or mostly leaning towards the surprised creatures going towards the bottom of the initiative counter without making it so strong that
Yeah, I'm just thinking like narratively, like if I went behind you and flicked you in the ear, like Jim Bob shouldn't get a turn before you. But if I like
well, if he for
clock
some
you in the
reason,
head and you're like dazed, then yeah, maybe my
well, I
buddy
get it,
can
but
also.
well, so the in-game, I guess, context for it would be like if Jim Bob fucking rolls a fucking natural 20 on his initiative there, and then that signifies that he was like either a little bit on edge or like the hairs on the back of his neck were standing up, and so he was getting ready to turn
Okay,
around
this worked.
as you flicked his ear or whatever.
No, I agree. Surprise rounds are stupid. They're bullshit. And Spencer, you should know this DM likes to abuse them, so I'd be happy if he gets rid of them.
I'm just playing devil's advocate is all.
Well, and the other thing is like you could make it even. You could even go so far as to say the surprised creatures roll initiative at disadvantage, and the surprising creatures roll their initiative at advantage.
See,
And
no.
so
There's
It's
there's a simple solution. It's easy. All you do is the surprising creature gets to resolve whatever action they have taken, and then initiatives rolled. That's it.
Yeah, but I mean, you could coordinate all, like, all 5 party members or whatever could coordinate
Yeah, we lay an
a
ambush.
simultaneous strike.
Yeah, we all lay an ambush.
You
Boom,
resolve
boom,
all of
boom,
that,
and then
and then everyone just rolls initiative as normal.
Yeah, that's easy.
Yeah. The problem with that, though, is, like, if your party is not, like, if they're not all trained assassins, the fact of the matter is that it probably, unless there was some way to ensure that everything was done simultaneously, like having vision of everyone in your party at the same time, it would be very difficult for the entire party to, like, simultaneously attack.
Yeah, but how often does it come up? How often are we laying ambushes? You're the one always ambushing us, so.
But yeah, I can do the recap of the last session. Me and the Time Wizard had fever dreams, and we killed a dragon, and then we got killed by a beholder.
No, that didn't happen. That's not how it happened at all.
That's what happened last session.
No, that was not an officially sanctioned session.
And we got enough XP from killing the dragon to level up, so we're level 7.
People that showed up are level
Right,
7.
but then you woke up and you were the same as always. So the XP from the dream world does not retain.
I woke up and there was a cold Sprite by my bedside, and when I drank it, it leveled me up.
A Sprite?
Yeah. You ever have a
Sprite,
cold Sprite when you wake up thirsty? You're just like...
Where do you get it? Why would it? How would it be cold?
It's in your fridge.
Is your fridge right by your bed?
Like, you get up to piss and you're like dying of thirst. You're just like, oh, go. Off the 2 liter. Don't drink 2 liters in my house because I'll slobber all over it.
You just take it out of the fridge like a gallon of milk and just...
Like a kid getting in from playing outside.
He just slops all over that knob.
Disgusting.
Where's that fresh 2 liter at? I got a christen.
Disgusting.
Got to christen it. I mean, the first drink out of a bottle or a can or whatever is always the best. So, all right, I think everyone's in here. So, stop the cap. Say
No
less.
capping.
Who is doing? Who would like to recap from 2 weeks ago?
Who?
It's gonna be tough.
Justin.
I think it should be Zach. He probably watched it most recently.
All right. Well, it's been a while, and
We should play rollies. Loser does it.
do you want to play? You play Russian roulette with a 3.
Oh no.
Or
Actually,
no, he
it's a
rolled a
2.
2. Actually, he rolled a 2.
So what do we just a fucking?
I don't have a +1 to intelligence. It says a +0 on my.
Because you're
Character
fucking
sheet.
stupid, broken ass ability.
Oh, my jack of all trades.
Yeah, you add your proficiency bonus.
Well,
Alright, Spencer's doing
Yep.
it. He got a 2.
Yep. Cliff, you rolled a 2. So
We walked around. Doran found like a weird guy and hung out with him all day, trying to be an actor. And then we got some leads about people missing from the docks, so we went there. And then we went to the Loudwater, like, base of operations, because we got all worried that my family was gonna die. And then we slept over at Cliff's house.
right, and so as you explored the city of Loudwater, trying to search for any sort of clues you could find, or maybe chasing rumors that you had heard throughout your couple of days there were a few items of interest that you all came across. The first was you all heard rumors of people acting strange and even others going missing. In fact, there's one man in particular that Cliff knew who was a regular, at the Loudwater Wheelhouse who had not been seen in quite some time.
And his name was?
Jim Bob. The party
Yes.
traveled to Jim Bob's residence to search for him. Hearing no answer, Rashidar picked the lock to the door and then recessed back into the shadows.
I forgot about that. Hey, come pick this lock. All right, leave.
And as you enter Jim Bob's residence, you found it a mess and disheveled, but Jim Bob nowhere to be found. In fact, the only thing you were able to find of substance was stains upon the wooden floors that resembled very closely to the black ichor and to the poison that was found upon the crossbow bolts that Novus had been shot with prior to that. In addition to the disappearances, you had heard rumor of dock workers and fishermen going missing. And so you approached the docks of Loudwater and came across a man by the name of... Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does.
I can't remember.
Dockman Brown.
What was it?
Well,
It might be
DM should have wrote it down.
Oh, I did write it down. I just
Mhm.
the name of... Where was it?
Dude, just make up a name.
I'll have to get back to you on that.
It's Ahmad.
Ahmad, yeah. And he told you
Trashy.
of people going missing.
Yeah, and the
Fisherman.
the missing people. What were their names again?
Yeah, I do have that, believe it or not.
What were they?
So Nimit, Barry, Charlie, Saul, and Redford had all gone missing recently. And the only connecting factor
were
that you were able
6.
to reveal is that
You
they were
just
all
gave us
in
5 again. You forgot someone.
The only connecting factor that you were able to determine was that they had all been in smaller sized vessels. You also heard rumor of Falcarol, the head priest of Loudwater, apparently harboring some dangerous animal. You spoke with Greta of the Old Owl bookstore,
Was it Fox Eye? Somehow escaped.
Yes.
who had told you of a tome that she had that had gone missing.
Yes, the Necronomicon.
The Mysterium Immortali.
No, the Necronomicon.
You had helped Broad's brigade. Cliff had given Broad a pep talk and offered him a potential job for him and his crew to assist the Lord's Alliance potentially in your next endeavor, seemingly quelling the rambunctious nature of these bandits for the time being. And finally, Rashidar, while you were spying on the party, and perhaps spying on those who might be spying on the party.
We didn't plan for the plan. They planned around our plan.
Make a perception or investigation check with advantage.
With
Your choice.
advantage. I'm gonna do this one. 24.
24. As you were spying on the party, looking for anyone who might be doing the same, while you didn't come to any conclusive determination, what you did notice is that there was a particular individual that was following the party throughout the town the entire day. Making it seem as almost it was a coincidence. The man always seemed to be doing something wherever the party happened to be.
With that roll, would I be able to point him out in a crowd?
Yes. Yeah, you got a good clock on him. And with the stealth rolls that were made throughout the session, you feel confident that you were hidden from just about everyone. You don't believe that you had ever been seen.
Yeah, I think the first one was
This
like a
this
30 or
man was in
something.
plain clothes. He looked something like a commoner, but he seemed to be wherever the party was. And um, you likely would have had this conversation with Lear. But this was the same man who Lear had noticed had been at the Loudwater Wheelhouse every time they had been there.
Okay.
So,
As
with
the
all of
Gopnik
those
squat on the
things in
roof.
with all of those things in tow, in addition to the pending invitation to the High Lord's Manor, you all awake within the tiny hut that Novus had created the night prior, well rested and ready to face the day.
I would go and check on my family, make sure everybody's okay. Didn't somebody
They're all good.
else stay in there? Did Lear stay in there?
Lear and
I stayed with.
Rashtir were Gopnik squatting on the roof outside.
So,
Slob
Yeah,
spots.
your entire family stayed within the tiny hut.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Well, I would go check the house and see if anybody tried to break in.
Okay. Make an investigation check.
I
I'm
could.
bad at
I was
these.
about to say I could help him.
Okay. If you would like to help, you can either make your own roll, Rashter, or you can give him advantage.
Well, he rolled a 6.
Well, I mean, at this point, it'd make more sense for me to make a separate roll.
Yeah, you would see Cliff kind of
Mine's
amateur
worse.
No, it's still better.
amateurishly kind of searching around the house. Rasher, as you're looking around, you can't help but look. You're more concerned with the potential person that's been following the party than you are with any sort of
I'm just
interaction with the
constantly
home.
glancing over my shoulder instead of actually looking.
And so you're glancing over your shoulders, but there's a light fog out at the moment, this early in the morning, and you don't see the man that's been following everyone at this time.
So, par for the course. I've already rolled a natural 1 for the session.
You rolled a fucking 24 as your first roll. I don't want to hear it.
Technically, my first roll was a
No, that
2.
was your. No, that was your first. That
So
one.
Cliff, you look over everything, and everything seems to be mostly undisturbed.
Mostly, huh?
Nothing that you can tell. Your home is not the most secure place in the world, but Loudwater's typically not the most dangerous place in the world
I
either.
can leave my doors unlocked here in Loudwater.
Fucking
Oh,
Canada.
I just said they come on in, man.
And so the doors are still locked. There's not anything. The windows don't look like they've been opened. Everything looks as it was left.
You know,
As they say on the TV shows, there's no signs of forced entry.
the Gigabrain move would have been to have Novus put the tiny hut right in front of the door.
They could have came in through the windows too.
Yeah, but couldn't get through the door though.
Yeah.
You reduce point of entry by 1 entrance.
Yeah, how many fucking windows do you think this guy could afford? Probably 1.
Oh. What's your house look like, Spencer?
Yeah, describe your house to us.
Like 2 trailers stacked together.
Yeah, so like no
Also, it's a
window.
double decker.
No. Cliff and his family could not afford a double wide.
Well, they can now. You know, they're fucking rich.
Fucking pay
True.
for it in cash, bro.
They're getting a studio apartment in the big city now.
That's like a modern day Bubba Sparks. You know?
Oh, all right.
I don't know who that is, but okay.
I don't
Neither
either.
do
I'll believe you.
We're not Zoomer
Okay.
enough to know.
It's not. He's actually not. He's pretty old, but okay. He's cool.
Okay, Boomer. All right. So, what are the rest of you doing?
You've just woken up.
Yes.
Rashider and Cliff are gone.
You've just woken up.
I guess they're
In a
dead.
tiny hut.
We have no obligation to protect their family now.
You step outside and see the sun.
No, it was.
Moran, one of Cliff's children, Cliff
He's
Jr.,
dead.
approaches you
Oh boy.
and sees that you awoke and kind of
That
tugs on
ass haircut.
your cloak a little bit.
Hey, mister.
I don't have a cloak. What the fuck you talking about?
Well, you have like I'm trying to think of what I would call it.
Weird
Like the
thing.
thing around your waist that kind of like flows down.
Mm-hmm. It's a
Kinda
kilt.
seems like a kilt. Doran's he's wearing a kilt.
Aye,
Okay,
that
we're
is.
done.
in
I,
and
I
now.
was Scottish on my mother's side.
What's your name?
It's good manners to offer yours first.
Oh, CJ.
CJ. Dorian.
Huh. I thought your name would be funnier than that. I don't mean anything by that. Just I've never seen anyone that looked like you.
The glowing red eyes boring into him.
That's a good thing.
Why?
Because people that look like me do bad things to people that look like you.
Oh.
But you haven't done anything bad.
I don't answer that.
You just stare at him. Do you look away?
Yes.
Is this a
I
is
look
this an
away.
unintentional intimidation?
Where are you from?
Oh.
Someplace far away from here.
And now that CJ has approached you, you can see the other curious children kind of file in behind him and sort of fan out. And they all are looking very, very shy, but at the same time their curiosity knows no bounds. Like, how far away?
Up towards the northern mountains.
Wow. So have you been protecting our dad?
No. Your dad doesn't need it. Your dad is pretty strong.
They all just start beaming, and they kind of look around
Hey.
for him,
The,
but
You're not
he's already
there.
left.
what about the little girl? She's like, I know, he threw me like 30 feet in the air.
Well, we won't bother you anymore. I'd never seen anybody like you, so I wanted to ask. And Dorian, something that you can tell, and perhaps one reason why you have an affinity, or you like, you don't mind the company of younger folk sometime because they do not judge as often as their adult counterparts often will. And you your passive insight's enough to allow you to know that this is simply these are very innocent questions. Like they're genuinely curious about you. They're not harboring any sort of fear or mistrust. And so they honor what CJ just said, and they turn to walk away.
Alright. I just watch them as they go.
All right, so Lear, you spent the night outside of the hut.
Gopnik squatting on the roof with Rashider.
Oh, you went on the roof as well. Didn't remember
Yep.
that.
Yeah,
Were you
seem
doing
to like
anything
that.
particular? Were you looking for anything in particular by doing that, or
No, I
You
just thought to give Rash some company.
So you notice when you awake, Lear,
Mm.
that several small colonies of mushrooms sprouted on the roof near where you rested for the night.
Disgusting.
Scoop them up and put them in my pocket.
And they, further, you can tell that the colonies of mushrooms were more concentrated at the area of your staff, where your staff was on your body.
Very nice.
So it seems as though it might be originating from that.
What does Cliff's house taste like? Try one.
I won't try one right now. It's too early.
A mushroom a day keeps the doctor
Keeps
at
the
bay.
doctor away.
Yeah.
All right,
Mm,
Novus, what are
easy.
you doing?
No.
I'm like just waking up.
I'm
You know,
pondering
looking
my
around.
orb.
What does the wizard do?
What's the fuck say?
And right about this time, Novus, the duration of the Lehman's tiny hut spell dissipates, and as it does, almost like a sprinkling of snow or glitter kind of creates itself around all of you in the space as the spell sort of fades away and shimmers out of existence.
Oh, as that's happening, I cast Mage Armor on myself.
At the beginning of the day.
Easy enough.
Yes, at the beginning of the day.
Your
never
daily
know.
ritual that
I'm
you
just I'm not
often forget.
You know, you never
I'm
know
not
when
not
you're gonna try to get murdered by someone up here.
Suddenly-
out here.
I'm not knocking it.
Suddenly,
I know.
Lear, your passive perception is good enough to, especially with your vantage point
Yes.
on the roof, you see a man walking towards all of you. And it's the timing is roughly equal to the Lehman's tiny hut spell dissipating. And the man is
Oh, naked.
approaching at a fairly brisk pace.
Oh, you're approaching me. Does he recognize him?
I'll say it as it looks like the man
Make
I've
a
seen
perception
before.
check.
Perception.
Hey, can you guys hear me okay? I'm just making sure my mic is
Yeah, I can hear you.
good.
20.
Okay. Just making
It's
sure.
very hard to tell, but as you kind of focus in on the man, it is not the same person that you had seen and talked with Rashidar about. In fact, it is someone who is bearing the Lord's Alliance insignia.
Let's groan and roll. Make my way off the roof.
Roll off the roof.
Make an acrobatics check.
Not roll off the roof, but find my way off the roof.
Okay, still make an acrobatics check just for shits and giggles.
I would
9.
I would also
It takes you a few minutes, but you kind of like finally shimmy your way off the roof and kind of do that thing where you're like, oh, this is kind of high, and then eventually you convince yourself to hop off, and you're none the worse for wear.
All right. How many people saw that message?
So what message?
That's one.
What
From
message?
Passive.
Novus. From
Pass-
Justin.
BRB.
I was going to suggest that anytime somebody steps from the table, they actually put it into this. The
Yeah, I
actual
think roll 20 would be
chat,
the.
so everybody sees it.
Oh, I see your point. Like, how many people saw it? Like, no one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Passive hidden notes.
Anyway, eventually the man approaches all of you, and you're a bit surprised, those of you who had your back turned, as he kind of steps out of the fog. Joffrey had told me to bring this to you. And he lays his hand open with a sealed letter with a red wax stamp of the Lord's Alliance insignia.
I'm back.
So, with the pause, From now on, if we step away from the table, just put it in the Roll20 chat, because I was the only person who actually saw it.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
It's just for future reference.
Yay.
I will.
His
remember
hand is
it.
still out, waiting for someone to take it.
Taking a
I'll
shit
take
in my own house. And
I'll take the letter.
then I'll come out.
All right, Novus, you take the letter. The man gives a bow and immediately turns around and walks back towards the city proper. You can tell as he walks away that he's kind of like avoiding getting too close to any of the housing in particular.
The unwashed masses.
He must be from the
Okay,
inner
and
city.
now you have a letter from presumably the Lord's Alliance, Novus.
We just
I
got
opened
a
it up.
letter. We just got a letter.
You open it up, and it's on heavy parchment paper. Perhaps something that would have been used for one of your spell scrolls or something like that, Novus. And
Heavy parchment.
you unfold it, and you begin to read, and it says that you are all cordially invited
I'm
to
reading
a
this out loud. But
dinner and reception at the High Lord's Hall in front of the great High Lord Nanathlor
Nanaflor.
Greysword.
Nanaflor.
does it have a time on when we should be there on?
It does. And you specifically would know the time, probably, because you have an orb that
Yeah.
tells you this.
He's got an orb.
I
It
have an
says
orb. I actually have a staff now. A time staff.
this.
Yeah.
It's this evening at about 7 p.m.
What was his last name? Something Sword.
Greysword.
Greysword.
Well, it looks like we've been invited to a party. Pretty exciting.
It says a feast and a reception with the High Lord to follow.
There's missing people. What do we do?
Well, maybe
I-
we can talk to the
I
High
guess we
Lord about.
search during the day and then
I pull
be
out
there
a,
by dinner.
I pull out a magic scroll that just keeps rolling. Well, let's see. On the to-do list, we have a missing Necronomicon from an old woman who just so happened to have one. Very suspicious.
Yeah, very strange.
We have missing fishermen that have disappeared along the river. We have strange animals in a basement. The college could be the lead to the potential missing Necronomicon. The High Lord had something stolen from his residence. Can deal with that when we go to dinner.
DM, as I ponder my time staff, what time is it right now?
It is early in the morning.
I knew.
I suggest Doran.
Nanu.
What if we search for the missing people first? And then we go to that college, talk to them about that book, and just see what time it is after we get done doing that stuff.
Well, time wizard, your time management skills are shit. Cause why wouldn't we talk to the college first? That's literally on the way back into town.
Because I may have forgot the layout of that water. But yeah, it's whatever you want to do. I'm just here to help.
I don't know. What does Lear think? He's been awfully quiet the last 2 days.
13
Just
damage.
leaning on my staff, clearly babying one of my feet or ankles.
Too
Oh,
many
you okay,
mushrooms,
buddy?
Lear?
Do you have the gout?
Take a little bit of a hard fall.
Just rolled. Anyway, I truly don't really care what we do. So we eventually leave for the main task of hunting down this witch.
I like the revitalized map. It's nice.
Seems like the witches come to Loudwater, is my guess, with everybody missing and people
Clearly,
being
she wouldn't be that
strangers.
stupid, though. Why would she come to an armed city?
This isn't.
The Lord's Alliance and us here.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there, Lear. This is not even close to a city.
What do you mean?
This isn't a city. This is a podunk backwater little town.
It's
I
a
mean,
village.
it's got everything most cities have, right?
This is Lear
No.
talking. He's never actually been to a city before.
DM, what's like roughly the population of Loudwater?
A couple thousand.
Really?
And then I tell him the population of Neverwinter.
Of Loudwater?
What is that?
With that?
Yeah, that seems a little big.
Yeah, there's not that many houses.
I mean, Hammersville probably had over 1,000 people, right?
So there's
I don't know how many people.
there's a lot of multi. So
Mm.
you're counting.
Think of Cliff's family. How
This
big
is
that
not-
is.
this is not
Now
it.
take everybody.
There
having that
are
kids.
people that live outside the walls and even outside the commons and whatnot. This is really just Loudwater proper.
Does the Druid Circle
There are
count?
others.
Okay.
No, you don't.
But
you guys don't
in
answer
total-
the census.
There are
We don't pay
also
taxes.
you also must realize that a lot of these homes and whatnot are also they're basically like apartment complexes as well.
They're stacked.
There are and there are multi-family homes that house dozens of people and whatnot.
Hmm.
So yeah, all in all, about 2,000-ish people live in and around Loudwater.
But yeah,
That's
no.
whereas
The Novus
Novus,
says
you would know the rough, based upon your profession, you would know the rough population of Neverwinter is in the tens of thousands.
which I believe Neverwinter's kind of on the smaller side too of the major
Yeah.
cities.
Just
Jeez.
looked at my inventory again, and I saw I had 50 fucking pitons.
Yeah.
And what?
Novus, did you say tens of thousands?
Yes, there are tens of thousands of people that live inside of Neverwinter.
How can you fit that many people in an area?
Because
the bigger
it's
you make a
much-
place, the more area.
Yeah.
The more area people take up.
It's far larger than this little backwater.
It's a very dense city.
And what? Maybe like 100 or so
It's-
people are guards here, or something like
Yeah.
that.
You fit that many people in an area together irritably.
That sounds awful.
Yeah, there's about like 100 guards here. In the cities, there are literal armies of guards.
You got a good sewage system, you can do.
You should see the Neverwinter Market. When
Does
it's
this have a
busy day.
sewage system?
As you say that, Cliff, you can kind of behind you lightly hear the rushing of
Someone bucket
some
throwing.
some sewage runoff through the common streets.
The Neverwinter's sewage system is much better. That's why they can fit more people.
Is it based off that? Is this what cities are based off of?
That's a big part, is keeping
How
diseases at
safely people
bees.
can shit.
I don't want to go to a city.
Oh, well, that sucks, buddy.
We don't
We'll
have
be
to.
there. We'll be there eventually. It'll be nice. I'll show you around. If I know the city or not.
I just point to what, like, start at the top of his head and point all the way down to his feet. Just like, you think city people are gonna just not notice him? There's gonna be problems.
I can
You should.
I can
you
transform
would be
into a wolf, and then I can blend in with the city.
There-
That would
not-
be the literal worst option you could take, Lear.
What do you mean? There's plenty of wolves around here.
Not in
Not
the
There are
city.
cities.
crazier people that look like us
Mm.
in Neverwinter.
There are no
Trust
city wolves. There might be city
Also-
No
dogs.
inner city.
There also are no trees, Lear.
Probably the best thing you could turn into would be
What?
a small bird or a cat.
And more importantly, there are no mushrooms.
There's got to be mushrooms. There's mushrooms everywhere.
Yeah, maybe in a kitchen somewhere, but
Or
not
the
crawling
sewers.
around.
Well, it sounds like I want to check out these sewers.
Of course you do.
See what those are about.
And most of those fungus, most of the
Those have
fungus
trees.
there are
Sure, they do.
I don't get it, man. It's magic to me.
What sounds awful.
No,
It's not that bad.
they're far safer than this little shithole.
Doesn't
Yeah,
sound
you
like
don't really have to be worried about getting stabbed in the middle of the night.
you don't have to worry about that in a city with tens of thousands.
Oh, you do.
I don't know a lot about cities.
People follow the law in bigger cities
Novus,
more often than not.
Novus, clearly just based on what you've said, you've lived a
You-
very sheltered life in your
Have
city.
you been to a city?
I don't think he's been to a city if he's saying that.
I haven't, clearly, but
No, I don't think
So-
Novus has.
there's a lot of
He said
conflicting
he's.
information.
Aren't you from Neverwinter?
He claims it, but I don't believe so now. Yeah, Neverwinter's great. There's no crime. The guards,
I just
they're
fucking,
amazing.
like,
That's
you
the
I
straight
just
up hear
shake
me
my
start
head and
laughing
that's the
just
new
stop.
Neverwinter accents, DM. That's canon. They're all from Boston.
from Boston.
So,
It's worse.
you can tell that Novus is being completely genuine when he says these things, as if, they're true in his mind.
What are you talking about? In my gated community, there is no crime whatsoever.
Yeah,
it's great.
You also have to understand that whenever I'm in Neverwinter, I'm surrounded by I know a lot of people, so I don't
you?
really stick around
How many
the
people
more
do you
dingy
know?
areas.
Are you a noble?
Well, he told you. You all remember him telling you that he was a physician
Yeah.
in Neverwinter.
Yeah, but he's already stated that he's been around the upper crust a lot. You can be a physician and a noble.
He could be. I mean, he's got to have some money if he went to doctor school. You think fucking Cliff's family's going to make any doctors?
He could just be a minor noble house.
Look, after my incident, I left that knee behind me, and I became what I am now. So
I'm sorry for your loss, then.
What incident?
the
First time he
mutilation-
almost died.
Did you burn someone
Did you
No,
kill,
I got
did you
burned.
kill someone?
My hands were mutilated.
in a
They-
fire?
They look
He
fine to
lifts up
me.
his hands. I'm just like, wow, that's nothing.
Was in a mad carriage ride across the cliff. The carriage,
Oh,
the carriage
Rashidar,
fell down the cliff.
Rashidar, you look at his hands and they seem perfectly fine.
I call bullshit.
Are you even from Neverwinter? I think this story just doesn't make any sense. You say your hands were destroyed. Your hands are fine. I think you're just lying about everything. Who are you really? Is Novus even your real name?
Okay, so I use magic that's making my hands look normal, and I make it not do anything anymore, and I show them my hands after the magic fades from them, and they're just a jangled fucking mess, and they look
Yeah,
like
they're
shit.
mangled.
Now
They're mangled.
You can't
and
fix
broken.
it now, so that sucks. They're gonna stay that way.
Can you move them?
Disgusting.
Well, without the magic, I
Where's
can
that
barely even
fucking
move
video?
my fingers.
Damn.
And at the saying of this, I
Reapply.
reinitialize the magic. That's making them be able to work and look normal.
How are you doing that without weaving hand signs, though?
What if I dispelled magic?
Yeah, like what happens if you walked into an inn and they have better magical protections? Can he just not pick up food?
I haven't found that out yet.
Dispel magic. See what
Maybe,
happens.
but I don't know.
All right, enough of this. Move on.
Making shit up
Yeah,
on the
so-
fly doesn't really work for you all.
So what did the letter want from us exactly?
We're
Was
going
it-
to a
It was
party.
it was a dinner invitation.
It said to arrive at the High Lord's Hall roughly around 7.
Oh, directly in the
Nice.
center of.
It doesn't hurt to get there a little early. We can start heading there whenever we're ready here. Just
No,
wait
we need to
outside.
show up fashionably late.
Did we just wake up? It's dinner time already?
No, we're
No, it's
Going
morning
into-
time. I shoved my orb staff in his face.
What is time, Novus?
I think they wanted to
Time is but
go
a
to the
construct of
college
our
first, right?
imagination.
We should. I think my vote is go check out the college first.
The College of Olam.
What are you
Olama.
getting from there?
Knowledge.
For what?
You know, guys, I read a new book every day.
I just look at Lear for like a good solid 30 seconds, and then my eyes just kind of like just travel down. It's like, you know, before we go to the High Lord, you probably should clean up all that fucking dirt. You are
Start
covered.
brushing it off.
You are covered
Does
in shit.
Loudwater have a bathhouse?
I can.
I don't see one on here.
I mean,
Yep.
his
Is there no
clothes
magic?
You don't know if it does or not.
Cliff, does Loudwater have a bathhouse?
Cliff.
There's like a
I'll
there's
just,
a river
I'll
right
just go
there.
to the river. Yeah.
There's a
Yeah.
pond we all take a little dippy in when we get a little crusty.
I want to go soak in the river for a while, DM.
Okay.
Guys, I'll be
You
at the
gotta
river.
watch out for them
I
crawdads, though. Don't
I
get you
follow
killed.
him. I follow Lear.
Where should we meet
follow-
up?
Bathe?
Well, aren't we going to go to the docks again to see?
No,
Or did we already take that job?
We already took the fucking job. We literally just did a goddamn recap of the previous session, and you were all
but
part
like,
of the.
where are we gonna go look for the people?
They're
just
out
the
of town.
docks, so-
They're in, he said like what was it, northwest or northeast? Oh no, this
Okay.
map's all fuck up. This is the south.
There's some fucking serious analysis paralysis that is happening right now.
Hey,
There
I'm gonna
is-
go-
there
What are you
isn't.
guys- What the fuck are you guys doing? What are you doing?
Time
Lear-
skip to the dinner. Nobody wants to do anything else.
Lear and I are going to the river.
And
Okay.
then apparently Cliff missed the memo where we were gonna go see the college about the
And you're
book
going
first.
to the college. Okay.
Go to the college.
Great.
Okay.
All right. So, as
Do
you guys
I roll for bath?
Roll for back.
More like, what do you roll that you don't get eaten by whatever's
I
in
do
the
have
river?
something I want to resolve potentially there, just as a test.
He's gonna drown Lear.
If he's a
All
witch,
right.
he'll survive, and if he dies, he's not.
So Novus, Cliff, and Doran, you make your way to the new College of Olam.
No.
And as you approach, you see a building that does not look much like the colleges of Neverwinter or the colleges of the many towns and cities that you've been. Doran, instead, what you see is an old building that, at first glance, appears to have perhaps once been an old farmhouse.
I look at
Outside of the building, there are many benches and lecterns and different things strewn about. There are a few people playing instruments, even this early in the morning, of a varying amount of expertise, we'll say. Some bad, some decent. There are people practicing different things outside, and as you approach the front door, Cliff, you get a very familiar feeling of existential dread, as you
Uh-oh.
have not been back here since you graduated.
I look at this and I look back at Cliff and look back at it and back at Cliff. This is your college.
It ain't much. It's
This is where you got your education from.
Hey, he's never done hard day's work in his life.
Alright.
You got something to say? Say it.
It's a nice place, Cliff.
Yeah.
It's nice.
Novus has got the most patronizing look on his face right now.
I bet you learned a lot here, yeah.
I'm sure there's plenty of books here.
Sorry, I didn't go to doctor school.
I'm sorry, my daddy didn't pay my tuition.
My dad.
And as you enter the college, you see that the walls are lined with books, and the inside is mostly an open area. Several poles are throughout the building, which kind of further signify that this used to be a pole barn that was here. That was converted into this college.
How rustic. How quaint.
You see some early morning classes taking place, and there's a general look of curiosity when the three of you enter. But they quickly get back to their work.
I push Cliff to the front. Lead the way, college boy.
I pull a random book from a shelf.
All right, who
How
are
to
you
clean
looking?
yourself for
Who are you
dummies.
looking for, Cliff?
The dean of the Bard's College.
Okay, you looking for the headmaster?
Sure.
All right, so you
No, I'm looking
recall
for the dean.
the headmaster by the name of Zanlumen has been the headmaster of the new College of Olam here in Loudwater for uh, many years. He was the headmaster your entire tenure, and he, despite his authoritarian ways, uh, you two always seem to hit it off.
Teacher's pet.
And so you look around, and eventually you find him. I'm back in his office. Oh my! I did not think that I'd see you here again, Cliff. How are you?
He's come back for his masters.
Yeah, I thought about come back. No, we're here to ask a few questions.
Oh,
If you have the time, good
well,
sir.
he looks at his wrist, which does not have any sort of device on it that would tell the time. I think I have time.
Nice.
How can I help you? And see, you brought some friends with you. And he stands
Yes.
up. I'm Headmaster Zenlumen.
Hi, I'm Medicus Novus. I shoot my hand out for a handshake.
He returns the gesture. Nice to meet you,
It's nice to
Medicus
meet you.
Novus. And you are? Looking over at you, Dorian.
Dorian.
Doran. And he looks at you with sort of a twinkle of curiosity in his eye, but says nothing further. Nice to meet you as well. Cliff, where
Yep.
did you make such clearly cultured friends?
I work for the Lord's Alliance now as an adventurer, believe it or not.
Well, I probably wouldn't have believed it unless you had stood in front of me and said it yourself. But very good. Glad to see one of my former students making something of themselves.
Yeah, I might have a new book coming out. Be sure to check out the bookshelves. Trying to get it on the Oprah's book club, but we'll see.
Ah, well, make sure you bring a few copies to Greta if you actually publish something.
Speaking of, Goran, would you like to ask about the missing book?
No, yeah, you can handle it, Cliff.
There's a missing book.
A missing book.
Yes, an actual quite rare book. That could be very dangerous in the wrong hands.
He kind of puts his hands on his chin and sort of looks down. And this is Greta's. That went missing.
Yes.
I
I tell him the name of the book, but I kind of forget the name of the
knew.
book.
I told
I'm
that
back.
woman.
Sorry.
I told that woman so many times to leave that with the college. This was bound to happen. Yes. The Mysterium Immortale.
Yes.
Quite rare. And yes, potentially quite dangerous. But Greta said it was always a gift from her mother and that she would not ever give it up. Even offered to pay her for it. But nevertheless, so it has gone missing.
Yes, and there's actually, it's possible that with this book missing, because I also let him know that there are like fishermen missing, and like a few people have gone missing in town and stuff. And I don't
Well,
know
what
if the disappearance of the book has to do with, people also missing, because I know that in the book there are blood sacrifices that you can do as rituals. But
It is.
Kim no.
That is something of a coincidence, perhaps. I cannot be sure. But yes, I have heard the rumors of people going missing here in town. But I can't imagine anyone from here would have the ability or the want to do something like that, Novus.
I mean, you honestly never know. People can do some crazy things.
It's quite a development, but I suppose what would you like me to do? Cliff, what do you need from me?
Just if you had any information, or do you have a copy of this book, we can maybe get a little more insight into what they're trying to do with it.
I have made rough copies and sketches, mostly for my own studies. I can certainly share with you. The issue is that even a scholar like myself I've been unable to really interpret anything. It's in a language lost to time, it seems. I cannot find any reference material or a source that might give me the ability to translate any of this. And he reaches into his desk in one of the bottom drawers, and you can hear the clicking of a locking mechanism. He opens the drawer and he pulls out a almost like a binding of papers, and he sets them on the desk. These are my sketchings.
Novus picks them up and starts going through them.
Okay. Make a Arcana check.
Arcana.
21.
With the quickness of your kind of skimming through these things at this time without really delving deep, you are still able to pick up a few things. You surmise that it's going to take you more time to actually decipher what might be going on here. But what you can tell is that, first of all, these markings are very similar to the ritual ritual book that you found in the forest with the defector druids. Additionally, you can see at least their origin resembles something like summoning sigils. And you think back to your time within the crypts underneath Oralbar and the fortress of the despot.
I just imagine Novus having like a brain blast right now.
And you recall that the summoning circle there had very similar markings. Not the same, but similar.
Is that the
And
one
so
that the
you
ooze
assume
came
that
out
a lot of what these books seem to indicate to you is that that it's used for some kind of ritual, perhaps summoning in nature.
Sorry, some people are being stupids outside my apartment. They just honked their horn. Scared the shit out of me. But
Shit himself.
I like have like sort of a grave look on my face as I relay what you just said to the college, the dean of the college, and as I also relay it to Cliff and Doran.
Great.
Yes, this is not very good.
Hate to break it to you,
Especially,
Cliff. Jim Bob's probably dead.
Not Jimbo.
And
I knew
Novus, with
nothing
that
about the
role,
man, but
with that
straight
role
over.
you understand that further study might reveal even more about what these things are.
do you mind if I borrow this? These
Make a
sketchings.
make a persuasion check.
Uh, oh God. Ugh,
Nice.
Well, with all due respect, I've just met you, and these are very sensitive documents, and I cannot stand to lose them, nor would I want them going into the wrong hands. I understand that you're with Cliff, and I trust you, Cliff,
yes.
but I just am not unsure if I can part with these documents.
Simple
How about
solution.
this?
He can just study them here under your supervision. There.
Now that I would be more okay with.
Good work, wizard boy. Yeah.
I take a seat, uh, at like a desk, I guess, and I start studying his writings more, his sketchings of the
Okay.
Necronomicon,
And while
or the
that is
mysterious
all
immortality.
happening, Lear and Rashidar, you
I got one more thing to
arrive.
ask the dean,
Oh,
real quick.
go ahead.
Why'd you never put me on the dean's list?
Hey, how does a serial killer murder a non-binary person?
The fuck's a non-binary person?
He sort of just turns his head a bit at you.
He's with the Zoomers. He probably knows.
The
And I
the
say
what?
they/them.
Wow.
You know,
He cracks a small smile. Cliff, you have not changed a bit.
Cliff, your jokes are usually just bad, but that one I just don't understand. That one made no sense.
Okay, so a non-binary person doesn't
As
use
he's explaining,
traditional.
by the way.
explaining this.
As you begin to explain, we cut over to Lear and Rashidar as you approach the river, the Delimber River.
Yes.
And as you make your way through the town, the two of you being perhaps the most perceptive out of the party, do you do notice that you're being tailed? And it's that man that you both noticed.
That man, that manly man, that man's.
How difficult would it be to lose him?
You wish to lose him, you could certainly do so. You could kind of like dart through different streets and things, but both of you aren't like perfectly familiar with the city at this point, so you may end up lost yourselves, but it wouldn't be
It's
that
alright, I can
difficult.
fly.
That's true.
So,
Is that what you want to do? You want to try to lose him?
I definitely want to try to lose him. I don't like being tailed.
Okay.
Oh, it's okay when you do it, but when someone else does it.
Well, they're not me. I don't know their intentions.
Well, easily enough, you kind of dart through, and keeping in the general direction of south towards the river, you eventually make your way to the river, and it seems you've lost the man for now.
Or at least don't see him.
Right.
Okay.
Damn, could you fix this map so north is actually on the northern side and south on the southern side, please?
It's not that hard.
No, it's annoying. I don't like it.
You just gotta remember north, east, south, and west.
So, like, no map that's ever been created, yes.
You just invert it.
So the DM could just invert the image, yes.
Well, you know, above board, what happened was I created this, and then I realized that I fucked up, and I put it on the wrong side of the river. So I just flipped the cardinal directions.
Okay. I mean,
So
as long as the key is there.
exactly. Thank you.
All right.
I
So
But
think we
okay,
just
so
add,
you
like, a
both,
little.
so Lear and Rashidar, you've made it to the river, and what are you doing?
Okay,
I
I'm
don't
gonna
make it.
attempt. I'm going to attempt to do some testing.
Why don't
Okay.
we just talk to that man? Why do we run away from him again? He's clearly interested. He won't leave us alone.
Eh,
Well, if you spot him again, let's have a chat with him.
No. You
All
must
right.
avoid this NPC at all costs.
then you will continue walking as if
We're already at the river.
you haven't. Well, if he follows us again, you
Oh, yeah.
continue as if you haven't noticed him, and then
Why
I'll,
not just immediately turn around and talk to him?
because I'm gonna
That's what I'm
act
gonna
like
do.
I'm going to act like
And I'm gonna
I'm gonna go somewhere else.
submerge my head into the water.
As he's just naked
Float
in the
around.
middle of the street.
No, I'm not. I'm with clothes on because they need washed too. You can get both done.
All right. I am gonna float out across the water and
Mhm.
just dunk myself down in there. Am I able to fly back out?
Are you able to activate the boots and fly out of the water?
No, I fly. I activate the boots, fly over, and then into the water. Am I able to still fly out?
Yes.
Okay.
The water does not deactivate the boots, if that's
Holy
what you're asking.
shit! He's walking on water.
He's waterlogged.
I mean, I could technically, I could kind of fake my way to do that.
There are several like coastal fishermen and people that are also bathing that
Just-
notice you doing this, and
just see
they're
this
kind of in
black
awe. They're in
black hooded
absolute awe.
individual just fly to the middle of the river, dunk in and dunk out, then fly away.
I mean,
Right.
God, no.
You hear the yelling of like some children.
I
and
like,
whatnot.
I float over the water like Black Adam does, his flying stance with his arms crossed, feet pointed down, just thump into the water.
All right, hold on a second. While you're doing this,
He
that's cocked.
gets the monster stat block, and
Oh.
we roll initiative.
All right, make a dexterity saving throw.
A dexterity saving throw from just dunking into the water.
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
No, as you're flying across
Ooh.
the water. Oh
As
boy,
I'm flying across the water.
that's what you said, right?
I'm flying above the water and then
Well, yeah,
dunk.
above the water, like right above. Is my understanding that you're like
Just above
kind
the
of
water, out to
yeah,
where I
you're-
know I can get deep enough, and then without hitting the bottom, and then down.
Oh, are you saying that you're flying through the water?
No,
I
he's
am
right above the surface of the water, right?
Above
Yeah,
the
you are
surface of the
above
water,
the surface of the water,
to
just
the point
above.
where a point to where I know I can go down all the way and completely submerge myself, and then down.
I am not at all understanding. What
He
you're
flew
trying to
out,
do.
passed through the river, and then he wants to get under the water.
Okay.
Yes.
He
It's
wants
simple.
to pop back
He
out.
is flying above the surface of the water.
No,
Out
no,
into-
no. So as you go into the water, you cannot fly at your flying speed. Like you're
Yeah,
not
he-
flying
but-
through the water.
Yeah, but he could pop back up, if is what he's asking.
Yeah, so you're swimming and then you pop out of the water and then you can continue to fly.
Okay,
Just
so I can still move in the water, technically as if I'm flying, but not at a swimming speed normally.
No, so
It would be your
the boots do not allow you to fly through the water. It does
Okay.
not assist your swimming whatsoever.
I thought you were
At
asking,
all.
could you fly out of the water with them?
Yeah,
Well,
that's what I
that's
thought he
what
was asking. But yes, once you're at the surface of the water, you can raise yourself up out of the water by flying.
Okay.
But the boots do not assist you in your swimming at all.
Okay. And then I would fly over to the docks
Now he puts the monster stat block away.
and set down on there. And are there posts on the very edge, like at the very edge of the walkways, that I can just kind of walk down?
Yes,
And
so
I
that people
would-
can walk down into their boats.
I know,
their
I'm
dinghies.
talking like the vertical posts that go into the water. That
Yeah,
keep-
there are a few.
Am I able to walk like cartoon style off the edge and then straight down the post into the water, and then make my way back up the post?
With your
Boots.
He's got the
Wait,
your cloak.
Your boots wouldn't.
Oh,
Your
the
boots
cloak.
would
The
not
cloak
do
is
that.
what it
No.
is.
Yeah, the cloak's got
So
the climbing speed.
The cloak.
Yeah.
The
You
cloak
got
would
too many
yes
movement
allow you to
options.
walk up and down the post as if you were,
Even
not
underwater.
using gravity.
Yeah, if the post is in the water, you're stuck to the post. You're not stuck to the water.
This
That's
is
how I
my
see it.
test. Rashidor has not interacted with very many
Yes.
magical items. I am testing.
Yeah, so you're even in the water, your feet are sticking to the post.
Cool. All right, then I walk back up cartoon style and right back onto the top of the dock.
So you have garnered at this point you've garnered the attention of like almost everyone at the like in your general vicinity.
Eh.
Which has
That's the
taken
boost.
all the attention off of Lear, who is continuing to bathe
Who's turned
himself
to a
in the
goldfish.
shallows of the river.
Then his clothes don't get washed.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in my clothes, washing both.
Right.
You just got clumps of spores on the top of the water floating downstream.
Yeah,
Okay.
mushrooms.
Rasher, make a perception check as you're kind of doing
Perception
these things.
check.
And Lear, you can make one as well if you'd like.
Knowledge of a past life.
Perception. It's what I
Crap.
do.
So dirty 20.
30, 20. Rasher, while you're doing all these ridiculous things, you're keeping an eye out, based upon your suspicions regarding what might be happening to these fishermen and whatnot. And you see out of the corner of your eye, as you're kind of playing about in the river, you see what appears to be something that must be very large, kind of disturbing the surface of the water a couple 100 feet from the coast.
There it is.
A couple 100 feet from the coast.
And you don't see any creature, but you see something disturbing the surface of the water.
Is there a sufficiently large rock that I could find somewhere near the coast or the riverbed?
The only rocks and stones and whatnot are near the edge of the river. There really aren't very many at all.
That's
out
what I'm
in
talking
the-
about. On the actual, I'm looking for a 15 to 20 pound rock.
Yeah, you could easily find something like that.
Okay, I'm gonna pick it up, start flying again, go above the point where I see the disturbance, but like 80 feet in the air, and then just drop the rock.
Okay.
Want you to be like a fucking kid underwater.
Boom.
It falls for a moment and then kasploosh.
No other reaction.
Nothing.
All right, and I just fly back to the. I don't get any closer to the water until I get closer to the riverbed, and then I go make my way back to Lear.
Okay.
Blowing bubbles up my nose. In the water.
Are you like ass end up, head in the water right now?
No, I'm all the way submerged up to
Okay.
my eyes, and I'm just
Okay.
blowing out my nose.
All right, I'm just waiting on the bank. I've
Like a
deactivated
hippopotamus.
Can you turn into a hippopotamus?
Yeah, that's probably 15, 20 minutes
Not
of
yet.
flight time, right?
Yeah.
Hey, you're going to the bank?
Yeah, I'm gonna be sitting on the. Well, actually,
Yeah, he's got to check
I'll spend an
deposit.
extra 10 minutes using my action and bonus action to dash, flying as fast as I can to dry myself off quicker. About 5 feet off the ground, just horizontally.
Okay.
He vibrates at a supersonic speed.
All right. Eventually, you're dry, I suppose.
Yeah. I only do that for another 10 minutes, so I've used 30 minutes of flight time. And then if I'm not dry, then I guess I'll just deal with it, because...
I mean, you're still a bit damp, but the manual air dry that you just done,
Can your
It
undead
helped.
body even feel?
No, but it's still wet leather.
Oh, so you just admitted to being undead. Gotcha.
Gotcha
The
tactics.
secret has came out.
Ah,
Mike Tim Paladin.
Okay, and Lear, at this point, you're sufficiently clean, I suppose.
Yeah.
How
Once
many
I feel that,
how many
I just-
mushrooms floated away while he was in the river?
absolutely none. I would make
16.
sure.
16 little mushrooms float out of it.
Make sure that
oh no.
Pouch.
those little.
You were able to grab most of them, though, but now they're wet and soggy.
All right. So now what? Does I just walk out of the river?
I guess we head back to the college.
All right. Let's go.
Alright, and eventually all meet up at the college. Rashider and Lear, you're filled in on what Novus is doing, what he found out.
They let Lear in,
But you're
just
all together.
straight dripping all over the floor.
By the time you walk back to
Always got the
the
drip.
college, you're sufficiently dry to where you're not dripping wet.
Okay.
You walk into the conversation of I don't get it, Cliff. So are these non-binaries? Are this just another word for changelings? Is that what this is?
Yeah, you can think of them as a changeling. They're both male and female at any given time.
But can they change their form?
Is this another thing you find in the city? It's a
And
comment to this conversation.
you just blurred out.
Because if they can't change their form, they're not a changeling, Cliff.
That sounds alright.
I don't understand. This sounds like something you just made up.
The dean will back me up.
The DM will back me up.
The dean.
The dean. Okay.
The headmaster kind of looks up. Yeah, I'm in the same boat, Doran. I have no idea exactly what Cliff is talking about, but
I just looked. Novus looks his head up from studying these papers, and he's like, "Oh, it's real. It's a thing. It's real."
Well, here's a better one for you then, I guess. So I went to the general store and ordered both a chicken and an egg for delivery. So I'll let you know.
Which one gets there first? Nice.
What?
So this is where you study to become a bard, right? I just look around the college. Yeah, it makes sense now.
Jokes is kind of a new thing that I'm trying. So
I don't
put it on them.
They're sticky.
just hear it sticky.
alright, so what do you guys want to do now?
Oh, what did Noah's find out while I was getting a lesson in fucking gender fluid.
He's still working on it. It's
LGBTQ+.
gonna take a long time of studying these things
Like
to get
how
anything
long?
meaningful out of them.
Hell yeah,
Well-
more jokes.
These are these are things that other scholarly individuals have been trying to decipher for years. He's not gonna figure it out in an hour.
Is that how much time has passed? Is it an hour? That's what I'm asking.
Roughly an hour, yeah.
Roughly an hour.
All right then. I'm gonna fucking look around the college. What's here? Is it just
Wait.
one fucking room and like
Wait,
a dean's
What are
office
you
in the
looking
back?
for?
Well, what do
There's
I
some
see?
other offices, but
Like, what do I see in this?
The study area is one large open space.
All right, I'm just gonna start perusing the bookshelves to see what's here.
Okay, what are you looking for?
I want to see if I can find anything about weapons.
Anything about weapons? Make an investigation check.
Investigation.
Why write that in my notes?
Follow
15.
Doran and I just tell him, man, I can't take my dog to the pond anymore. The ducks keep attacking him.
Why are ducks attacking your dog?
Yes.
As I'm looking.
I guess that's what I get for buying a purebred dog.
I can talk to the ducks if you need to. I can do that, Cliff.
No, the dog is purebred. That's why they're attacking him.
What's a purebred?
Are they racist?
It's a
I can
dog.
talk to the ducks.
He's made of
I'm
bread.
aggressive. They've always listened to me.
Yeah, you find Dorian. You find a small section based upon the art of war and weaponry.
Did it seriously not fucking...
It's a small section compared to many of the other sections that you've moved through to try to find this one. But it is there. There are several books on the topic.
Start looking through for like ancient swords that may or may not have skulls on them and glow green.
You find nothing to that effect. You do find a book regarding the some of the known properties of magical weapons that have been found throughout history, but you find nothing like your sword.
I'm assuming I'm probably not going to find anything written by fairly new wizards or...
What are you looking for?
He's looking for that guy.
Anything written by that Vaxador still spell. Like any
Yeah, the
thesis,
guy
any
Novus
thesis
let him know about.
papers, any
Yeah,
small...
make an investigation check.
Is he under S's or V's? Do they go by first name or last name here?
I'd check both. You said investigation, right?
Yep.
Okay. Fuck.
You take a look around, and the books here are not organized by author. They're organized by topic.
Ah.
And so you do not find anything by Vaxador still spell. But you're unsure if it's just because you are having a hard time looking, or if they really just don't have anything.
As I was looking for a book about my sword, I just pull a book out. Vaxador still spell. Put it back.
Right, you don't tell anyone.
How far away from him is he? Or from me is he?
This just happened while he was looking for his book. Like, it's got nothing. Yeah, you wouldn't have seen this happen. I mean, you can ask someone in the college to help you.
Ask a nerd.
I will do so.
Hey,
Right.
nerd!
So you approach what appears to be something of a librarian. A half-elf woman, sort of middling in years, wearing a cloak.
Hello.
Yes, how can I help you, sir?
I'm looking for something by... anything by someone by the name of Vaxador Stillspell?
He's one of those newer authors. You're actually somewhat in luck. We received a couple of months ago some works by him out of Neverwinter on commission. And so I can show you to them right here. And she leads you over to a small section over where Doran was actually perusing earlier.
He's 3 steps past it.
And
Just
you
running
see
his
a
fingers down his
couple
spine.
you see a couple of tomes written by none other than Vaxador Stillspell.
I take them all.
Here they are. Now, do be careful with them. They are newer works, and we like to take care of the books here.
I'll do my best.
And she goes off back to her station. And so, you find 2 tomes in particular that are written by Stillspell. And the first is regarding, it is entitled The Cycle of Life and Death. Perhaps not as... It's basically an academic title, so it's very long. Perhaps not as simple as first thought. And then the other is entitled, Are there those walking among us who have lived a previous life? And both of these tomes catch your eye.
Okay. I'm going to take both books and I'm going to walk over to where Novus is sitting and then start. I guess I'll start on the cycle of life and death.
Okay.
I look up. Oh, you found some books from
Back to your reading,
Skull.
wizard.
Well, okay. Fuck you too.
I am very, very interested in these particular books that you've set
Okay,
me on the path to
Rasher,
find.
just make a this a straight intelligence check as you're kind of moving through these.
Hopefully you can read them.
Fuck me, Jesus Christ.
You're too excited, and these are clearly academic papers, and so lots of big words, and the
Hey Novus, what's this mean?
the study itself is completely yeah.
Oh, I
The
would tell
study
you, but you told me to get back to reading. So
and
Damn.
the studies themselves are organized in an almost illogical to you way. It's not at all chronological or written like a story. It's written like a report. And so you're having a very, very difficult time gleaning anything of substance, um, or interest to you. The only thing you really get from both of these tomes is that they do seem to at least concern something that might have answers to what you are. It feels that way, but it's more of a feeling and less of something that you know for sure.
Hmm.
now, if you ask nicely this time, I may be able to help you.
Would the almighty and powerful wizard please deign to help this poor soul?
Make a persuasion check.
You don't have
What do
to.
I need to roll, Dean?
Well, he can roll a persuasion check if you want him to, and then you can decide what the DC is on it, and if that convinces you, or you can just roll
I'm
it
just
how
gonna
you
help
wish.
him. He already said it. I don't care. It's enough.
Okay. This is going to distract from what you're currently doing, just so you're aware.
I'm just gonna take like a max of like 20 minutes to help him. Try and figure
Okay.
some words out.
Make a intelligence check of your own.
Where's my intelligence?
Just
And
there you go.
in fact, I was going to say you can use your you can make it an Arcana check actually, so that would add
Oh, okay.
rather than a +4, it would be
Be a +7.
yeah. So you rolled a
21.
21 again.
Nice.
So you're very familiar with Backstore Still Spell. As you recall, you had actually met him and worked with him in the past, and so you're very aware of how these scientific papers, these and whatnot, are structured, and so you're very quickly able to ordain that um, Backstore Still Spell has been even recently has been engaging in the study of something that he's calling the Reborn, a pseudo race of people who have lived lives prior to the one that they're currently living.
When he
And
says pseudo race of people, I'm like, that's pretty derogatory.
um, and to further extrapolate on that, it seems many different races of men and elves can become uh, reborn, and he there's indication that there has been study of um, some people that have had that are allegedly reborn, but that study has been difficult and it's been hard to find a genuine person of this status, especially to cooperate. And so a lot of his research is inconclusive. However, um, uh, there's different things that sort of indicate people waking up um, unexpectedly in a grave and whatnot. And towards the end of both of these passages, these reports, there's basically a call out to the magical and scientific community at large that if there's any indication that they know of a living reborn person, that he's willing to pay for information regarding this, as he is dedicating his current life's work to this cause.
Looks like we're gonna turn over Rashidir for science.
As I close the tomes, I just look at Rashidir and I'm like, well, if we're ever in Neverwinter, I'd be more than happy to introduce you to, but I'm not for sure really how he would react. He's kind of as you can tell from his writings, he's kind of a spastic individual.
And I also get the sense that he doesn't think of those like me as people.
We shall
You
see.
definitely get the sense, Rashidir, that Vaxidor is looking at this from a very objective standpoint and is in fact kind of referring to the test subjects and things as just that, test subjects.
Yeah. I'm a little bit more leery of meeting this person.
However, no indication as to why he's doing these studies, just simply that he is.
Just by the tone of the writing, I mean, I can be a person and make my own, like...
Yeah.
I don't like the way this man's phrasing this.
I don't know. I think we're gonna have to hand you over. Does it say how much?
No, it's just a general call out for the good of science and progression.
I mean, if it's for the good of science.
I mean, he's probably just willing to find someone that he could poke and prod as much as he wants. Who knows?
Well, some people don't like being poked and prodded.
Reading these myself, I thought he was kind of a
Novus.
different person.
You recall from what you know of him, he has always been kind of an eccentric individual, very passionate, prone to hyperfixation on a particular field of study until he is satisfied with the answers he obtains, and then he moves on to something else entirely. But from your meetings with him, he seems like a very genuine fellow with no ill intent. It's just he does everything he can do to get the answers he requires or wants, and then, but you've never heard of him doing anything nefarious. He's not one of those. There are certainly those within Loudwater who do not care of ethics whatsoever. He was not one on that list.
Allegedly.
You mean Neverwinter?
Neverwinter, yeah.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I'm gonna get back to studying these other papers. I hope I was able to help you, Rashidir.
And then make another Arcana check.
Boop. Another 21. Holy shit.
So you're able to quickly, with the assistance of some magical ability, Novus, you're able to quickly copy the entirety of what he's got. You've been focusing your efforts on copying so that you can actually take it with you, rather than trying to divulge anything here and now. And so you've successfully copied what he has and are able to give it back to him while retaining your own.
I appreciate you letting me look over these.
Oh, are you done already?
Yes, I've looked over them enough to get a general knowing of what may be going on. And I don't really let him know that I copied them.
You must be quite brilliant then, because studied these for.
Not trying to toot my own horn here, but I am I'm pretty
Where-
wise when it comes to.
My intelligence is 18.
Where are you from? If I might ask, where have you done your studies?
Neverwinter.
Ah. I envy you, friend. I would love to study in Neverwinter one day, but been relegated out here for many years. It has its charm, but as you can tell, our libraries here are not anywhere to the standard of a city like Neverwinter.
And I can tell that your students probably follow.
I am not sure what you mean, but
Does not matter.
well, if you're done, then I suppose you should be getting on your way. I am quite busy, of course.
Yes. Keep up the good work, fellow scholar.
At this point, with the clear insult, he is not paying any attention to you as you say these things. All right, what's everybody doing now?
It wasn't a clear insult.
It was very much an insult.
Kind of see through, but like I don't know. He teaches a bunch of idiots. What else am I supposed to say?
And
Why
the
do
street
bees
smarts.
have sticky hair?
At least you're honest.
They use a honeycomb.
Yes, Cliff, that's very nice.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, where are you guys heading now? What are you doing?
Well, how long did we
Bugging
spend in
Dora.
the?
Now, what time is it now?
Yeah,
Under
We're
my orb.
approaching late morning.
late morning, so
Yeah,
still
around
nowhere
11.
About
near
11.
7 o'clock.
So about
Yep.
11:30.
Yep.
I just defer to Doran and ask him what we should do next.
Realistically, you all are getting rumblings in your tum-tums at the moment. 'Cause
That
Not
only
me.
hands stay satisfied.
Not me.
True, not you.
Well, after studying those papers, I'm famished. Who else is hungry?
Is it dinner time?
No, it's
It's
not
lunch.
even one. It's
Fast
lunch.
forward to dinner time.
I'm hungry for vengeance.
Hungry for
Vengeance.
vengeance. As you all
We
exit
could-
the college, Rasher and Lear, again, you see that same man, and he kind of ducks into an alleyway as you exit. Like he was waiting there, watching the front door.
Do I see him?
No.
Make a perception check.
Oh.
Yeah, you see him too.
I yell at him to come over here.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we really just need to just fight.
We just
I'm
need
gonna
to bite the bullet on this.
I'm gonna pull
Make
an
an-
Ashton on here.
Make
Have
an
two people never
intimidation
crime.
check, Novus.
Get over here! Holy shit!
Natural 20.
A natural 20, but a 19.
A natural 20 for a 19. Hold on a second. Yep, he rolled a natural 1 on
Holy shit!
on the contesting check. So he stops as he's turning, and his shoulders sort of slump down in almost a defeated stance,
I
and he
guess
looks
we're
back
doing
at the
this.
5 of you, and he doesn't say anything, but
How far away is he?
he's about 30 feet away.
Okay.
Walk
And
over
and
to us slowly.
he's right in front of an alley, you said? At this point, because he turned back around.
Yes, he was in the sort of entrance to an alleyway.
He's directly looking at us, so I can't disappear and then flank him. So
Look, this guy's probably harmless. Let's
So-
just talk to him and see
You'd
why.
never assume that's on
He drops his shoulders in a defeated sort of way, and you can see him ponder for a moment what his next action might be. But he turns and he goes ahead and he walks towards the group of you.
Okay.
Yes, can I help you?
Well, can you help us? Because
I'm gonna
it seems to
walk
me like
around.
you've been following us.
I'm gonna walk around
What's the
behind
deal
him
with that?
and say, Lear, keep an eye on the alleyway that he came from.
You're too suspicious, but okay.
Okay. He notices you all sort of, encircling him. Um, I I do not know what you mean.
Don't
You
play fair.
don't know what I mean.
I've never seen any of you before in my life.
What was with the defeatist attitude when he called you out?
Well, of course, when anyone is called over in such a harsh way, I figured I would respond.
And this is the same guy that I saw last session, right?
100%. Like
Yeah.
you're 100% certain.
Okay.
How many
Then
people are like around?
I am actually going to relate to him the activities that he was doing at each
Yeah.
location when he was following us. What were you doing here? Why were you here?
Okay, make either. So are you trying to be more intimidating, or are you trying to like persuade him that like something?
Mm,
So you can either make an intimidation check or a persuasion check. And based upon the knowledge that you have, you can do so with advantage.
I'm gonna let the dice decide which one I do here. Because it's the same either way for me. Alright. Okay. Intimidate.
Okay. You have advantage.
Something please go right for me today.
Nice.
Hey.
20.
Dirty 20. Yep. He lets out a large sigh. Fine. You got me. Yes, I've been following all of you. I didn't realize you had noticed me.
It didn't give it away when we lost you earlier.
Well,
You're pretty new to this whole crime thing, aren't you?
crime? What do you mean a crime? It's not a crime to follow people.
If
People
you have
don't.
something important to say, just spit it out.
Hmm. Well, seeing as, and he kind of glances around and sees hands on weapons, and uh, perhaps we should talk over a drink. My treat.
Sure, but we picked the establishment. There's more than one inn, right?
No, there's only one.
It's just
Okay.
one.
Never mind.
We
I
picked
don't-
the
Yes,
establishment. Okay.
Well, I didn't know if there was
Get
more
that
than
right.
one.
Damn it.
Yeah, there's only one like actual like tavern or inn
Okay.
in the town.
Only one place that serves drinks that we know of.
Right.
Okay.
So could you just not work up the nerve to come and try and talk to one of us? So you had to follow us? What is the deal?
All will be explained, I suppose, when we reach the wheelhouse.
Okay.
Now, should I lead the way, or do you want me behind? What?
You lead.
You lead.
Fine,
you
fine.
lead.
And
So
as he's now talking to you, you're getting the sense that this is not some commoner, certainly.
no.
Certainly not.
And in fact, there's a slight accent or mannerism that you are catching at the moment. Who's got the highest passive insight?
I think I do.
Me.
I have a
No, it's
It's
me.
either
No.
it's gonna be either Lear or
17, I
Cliff.
think.
17.
Mine's 15.
It's Lear
Hold on, let
Because
me
in-
make sure.
because insight's off of wisdom.
It's very wise.
Passive, yeah, it's 17.
Lear, this man sounds very similar to some of the guards and higher ups of the Zentarum that you encountered in Oralbar. He's got the same mannerisms, the same way of speaking.
Yes. I mean, where,
So
so I
as
noticed
you go ahead,
do you come from around here by chance? Or
he looks around, seeing that there's not really. No, I do not.
Orbar by chance?
Mm,
Keep your voice down.
You people are better than they let on. Come on. And he leads you to. He says nothing further. He leads you into the wheelhouse. Picks a table out in the farthest corner that he can find. It's not incredibly crowded at the moment. Not many people. And he sits down, and he calls for Thatcher to bring over a round of ale.
Mhm.
And it arrives, and he takes a deep drink immediately. Places the mug down upon the table. Well, what do you wish to know?
Why are you following us?
Why is the Xantaran still interested in us? More specifically.
He gives you a look. Would you keep your voice down?
I have nothing to worry about.
Neither
It's
do
true.
we.
And if you give me something to worry about, I will be forced to flee.
What?
Flee.
Flee.
I'll have no other choice. So, if you wish for me to give you the information which you want, I would just ask that you continue to keep my identity at least somewhat concealed, or else I have no reason to share any of this information with you.
Regardless of that point, you could just be trying to tell us what we want to hear. There's no reason for us to actually trust you.
That's true. Let me just say that my people, we are just as mistrusting of all of you. I was told that although you helped the lieutenant, your motives for coming to Oralbar in the first place were a bit undisclosed, and things did not quite add up. And so I was sent to keep an eye on all of you and see what your true intentions might be.
And what do you think they are?
Well, it's very clear that my people are not the only masters you serve, which, personally, none of real concern, but just something that the higher-ups wanted to know for sure.
Well, it's not like we were given a choice to serve you or not.
You will
Above
always have a
board,
choice.
above board. Didn't we actually tell them who we were working for? I thought Doran told them.
We did. This is
Yeah.
confirmation.
I don't believe so.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, we did.
I'm fairly certain Doran told him because we didn't roll high enough on any deception checks.
Cliff was like,
There-
Cliff was bungling the whole conversation, so I just said we were
There
hired by the Lord
was-
Alliance.
There was plausible deniability, though,
Mm.
at the very least.
Either way, they're just confirming the information that was given to
Yeah.
them.
The name's Leonid, by the way.
Leonid.
We're
Something.
Yeah, where's Stelnar?
No one asked.
Something of a spy, but I prefer investigator.
Mm.
I will say that my people hold no ill will towards you. In fact, there are those who have been told of your deeds higher up in our organization, let's say, that were quite impressed with what you were able to do for the lieutenant. A lot of interest, you understand. But truthfully, I have not been as inconspicuous as I would otherwise be, because there is something that I have been meaning or wanting to inform you of. I just did not know how, without raising too much suspicion, but it appears that I did so anyway.
What is this information you would like to tell us?
Well, first, a promise in exchange. Let me be clear that if you promise me that you'll allow me to leave Loudwater unabated, safely, then I will give you this information. And I will promise to you that this information is very important to all of you.
Sure. I don't really care what you do.
I like how he said the word important and not accurate.
Can always insight check him.
It's quite accurate.
Oh,
However, it
Your
is
people wanting
more.
to take over Loudwater.
It is more of a hunch, I suppose.
Mm.
Just observations I've made while observing all of you.
We promise.
Fine. I'll accept that for what it's worth. I have noticed a much bigger threat to all of you than either myself or my people's spying on you, as you might say. I've witnessed certain individuals watching you beyond myself. Just glances, but there are a few that, given the rumors that I've also heard around the town, do not bode well. In fact, these may have been those that attacked you, Novus.
I see.
You wouldn't have to know who these individuals are, would you?
I do not know who they are, but I can give you their descriptions.
How many different ones have you seen?
Two in particular have drawn my eye.
What do they look like?
He explains. One, both human men. The first, perhaps about 30, 40 years old. Hard to tell. But a somewhat average-looking man. Dark, short hair. A decent stature. Looks like he might be a laborer or perhaps one of the dock workers. The other, an older man, also human. Scraggly, gray hair, sort of a hunched over posture. Looks something like a poor farmer. And Cliff, upon the description of the second individual, make an intelligence check.
It's Joe Bob.
Jim Jam.
Slim Jam.
Slim Jam.
Oh, shit.
Natural 20 for...
The description that
I
Leonid
know.
gives is
And,
eerily similar to Jim Bob.
And the plot thickens.
He's the
And
best
the
friend
first-
I never had.
The first individual,
Hey,
I need Doran, Novus, and Cliff, I believe, and Lear to make the same check.
intelligence.
Yep, intelligence.
I need
16.
to make another one.
Yeah,
Right.
another one.
Oh,
Oh,
shit.
dummies.
I'm
Well, stupid.
stupid.
Little
Dorian-
stupid
A
heads.
natural 20 didn't
Doran, you were a
carry
bit.
over.
No. Doran, you recall a meeting with a certain individual that at least matches the description. Ahmad,
Ah, yes, that fucker.
that you met at the docks. While not a perfect description, it matches.
Interesting.
Now, I would be safe around these people. There's something strange going on here in this town. It's hard to say, but I suppose that's what happens when you allow the riffraff to be free as they do here.
I'd actually want to insight this information as well, just to make sure.
Yeah, you can make a general insight check just to kind of see.
Cliff's coping right now with the betrayal of Jim Bob. You're all stupid. You're all dummy heads.
Leonid is cold, calculating professional. You are unable to really tell. There's no. Everything he's saying is said with a level of stoicism that makes it impossible for you to tell whether he's telling the truth or making something up.
Now, no doubt you have heard about the disappearances of these people. Other than watching us, have you seen anything regarding these disappearing people? Or have you just been here watching us the whole time?
Well, seeing as the five of you were my mark, I had little time to think of anything else, and quite frankly, I don't give a shit about this backwater shithole.
Understandable.
That being said, no, I am not.
He's clearly telling the truth. He said shit twice in the same sentence.
So you can go tell your higher ups that everything's good and you can be on your way.
Yes, and I will say, try not to die. My people,
All heads
Taken-
bubble over to Novus.
my
I've
people have
died
taken a
2
strong
times already.
interest in all of you. That they would prefer you to be alive for. Now, if that's it, I am going to leave. And he stands up and downs the rest of his ale and begins to walk away.
Larry, you didn't touch any of your drink. That was very rude of you.
And I won't. I will never drink again.
Never say never, Lear.
Ow.
I mean, most of the shit here is piss water anyway, so that's understandable. But once we take you to the big city, you'll drink again.
There's this lady in Neverwinter that makes ale with juniper berries mixed in.
She sounds stupid.
No, he wants ale made from fungi.
From mushrooms and horse
Want
shit.
any?
Yeah.
You guys are speaking too much for me. Do not mind.
All right. What are you guys doing now?
Waiting for dinner.
I mean, there's not really much else that we needed to do, other than I
Kill
guess
the
attend
witch.
to this.
What are you
I mean-
fools talking about?
Well, we're at.
We have a name and a face. It's time to go
Let's
hunting.
Let's go confront Amar or Amon.
Mod?
Among us. Ahmad.
Among Us?
Among us.
Among Us.
Fungus?
Fungus.
A fungus?
His stomach rips open and a giant tongue lashes out.
I am the imposter.
Among Us. What do you guys want to do?
I've been a mimic this whole time.
Do you want to go to the docks and may or may not have to rough up a dock worker, or you just want to fuck off until dinner?
Let's go talk to Ahmad.
That's one vote for dock.
Doc.
It's 2 vote dock.
Because if he's the person that shot that crossbow bolt at me, I'm
Well,
really
it's-
like, no.
It's also, the longer we wait, the more opportunities he has to flee.
Cliff, you seem a little dejected. You all right?
We can go to the docks. That's fine.
Let's go to the dock.
How could it be Jimbo, man?
Just
How?
tears. in Cliff's
I
eyes.
would also like to point out something that I saw earlier.
What's
What's
that?
There seemed to be a rather large disturbance in the river.
And you're just
Oh.
mentioning that now.
Well, yeah.
I
We
was,
just weren't going to the river before.
but I was bathing in it.
Yeah, it was also several hundred feet out.
And you've been with us for about nearly 2 hours now, and you're just mentioning it.
Oh, yeah, we weren't going there before.
Got a point.
Sure,
Why
fine.
would I bring up something that we had no reason to interact with?
Because we have people that were going missing on the river, remember? That probably, whatever that was doing it.
They went missing? Oh my gosh.
Are you high?
How many
Mushrooms.
mushrooms?
Is his eyes red?
He's got contact high.
Like how hot? Like how red are Lear's eyes right now?
I'm fine.
How red are they, Lear?
I just seek vengeance, is all.
Vengeance
Okay,
from
so
who?
Everybody, let's finish our wonderful tasting ale and go to the docks.
Well, we can't leave until Lear finishes it then.
Oh, y'all are slightly inebriated while we fight whatever we're fighting. Cool.
One ale.
One ale does not get me anywhere, especially this piss poor shit.
Make a constitution save.
Okay, DM.
Yeah, this was not anything
This is
hard.
piss water.
This was
He's also a wizard.
It's also piss water.
Yes, me being a wizard gives me a deficiency in being able to hold
Yeah.
my alcohol.
Your hit die is a D4. So,
Yeah, it's a D6, thank you.
oh, it's a D6.
Still.
If it was a D4, I think he'd be really in trouble.
If it was a D4, he'd be actually dead.
Yeah.
Alright, I guess we're going to the docks, because no one,
Yep, I
no
get
one
up,
wants
I
to do
walk out
anything.
the door and start heading to the docks.
All right, anyone who wants to can make an investigation check as you head out to the docks, which are very close. The wheelhouse.
I got a 19.
Investigation.
7.
I don't know.
Rashter's
That
not
is
very
bad.
good at his job.
Yeah, especially today for some reason. All my rolls,
You mean every
all of
day?
them.
You look around for Ahmad, and you do not find him.
No.
However, Novus, you talk to one dock worker in particular, and you find out that Ahmad did not show up today.
He's already done.
I asked him where Ahmad lives.
Make a persuasion check. Seeing as I don't know who you are,
Can
I
anyone
don't
help
think
me
so.
on this?
You've already made the roll.
Shit.
Please.
Well,
I
actually,
should know Cliff.
Come on,
No,
man.
I don't think I should do that.
Well, how about we go talk to the Lords Alliance and Joffrey, and then we'll see what you think you should do.
ooh,
Bing
I'm
bong.
not-
Oh, intimidation check?
I'm not beholden to him,
Yeah, you're
What?
gonna...
them, or whoever they are.
Ding.
Oh. All right, let's go get the guards then. We'll be back.
I mean, you can make an intimidation check if that's what you're trying to do.
Oh, that's what I'm doing.
Dun,
17.
ooh.
Go get him then. I'm not telling you where someone who works here lives. That's ridiculous.
All right.
So you can go break into his home.
Headbutt him.
No,
I
it's
headbutt
actually
him.
because we have important. Okay, you're a dock worker. You probably don't make that much. What does 50
Wow.
gold sell?
Way to
Jesus Christ!
This is just going all over the
Make
place.
a persuasion check.
Here,
Make another
but-
persuasion check
take
with
this money,
advantage.
please.
Sit
Tell me
on
what I
him.
want to know.
Kill
With
him.
advantage.
slices.
Yeah, either you do that or I'm caving this guy's skull in.
Natural 20.
I'm kind of over it.
Jesus.
Oh. Are you serious?
He's
Um,
clearly conflicted.
Yeah, he lives right over there. At the big red building.
I throw him a little sack of 50 gold. Thanks, bud.
Jesus.
He looks at it and he starts counting. He pockets it and just like leaves. Like
he
his
doesn't-
shift.
He
He's
doesn't
just
have.
gone.
He doesn't have to work for like a year, like probably several years now.
Yeah. Please, he's a fucking dock worker. He's gonna blow all that shit in a month.
On booze and drugs.
Pretty sure if he spent that much money on booze and drugs, he'd be dead.
It's not our problem anymore. So,
Good job,
Alright.
guys. Well done.
good job, Novus. I was probably gonna kill a man.
Okay, where's he live?
The big red house. Where's the
Big
big
red
red house
building.
on this map?
Are you going there?
No, we just paid 50 gold. Just
Okay.
to
We're
know.
going there.
You approach and you approach the home that the man pointed out must be Ahmad's.
I knock on the door. Anybody home?
No answer.
I knock again. Ahmad, we know you live here.
Give you
Still
50
no
gold to answer.
Try the door.
I try to open the door.
It is locked.
Okay, step aside.
I
Let's see
step
if
aside.
let's see if my luck continues.
There are a lot of people around, just so you're aware.
Meh. If we're doing it in plain sight, then we can just say official business.
Are you gonna try to do it stealthily, or
That depends.
are you just gonna just do it? I mean, if you're quick enough and you wait for the right opportunity, you might be able to do it. Pick the lock while no one in particular is looking in your direction. It's gonna be difficult.
Anybody here have message?
No, no one has a message. I don't believe.
No. I do
No.
not.
Sweet. All right, I'm doing it in plain view.
Just gonna pick the
Okay.
lock.
Make your thieves tool check.
There's a way for me to roll this somehow. From actually, do I just right click it? Nope.
Just a dexterity check plus your proficiency modifier.
Dexterity check plus proficiency.
Unless you have expertise. Thieves'
I do
tools.
not. Not yet, at least. So that's another +3 on top of that, 24.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
Oh, wow. Okay. So you quickly and deftly pick the lock open. And as you stand up and sort of turn around, there are 2 guards that are walking by just as you've done this. But they're both talking to each other, and neither of them seem to notice what you just did. For those interested, one of the guards rolled a natural 1 on the perception check, and the other one rolled a natural 2.
Holy shit. These
It's not
guards
paying
suck.
attention.
This
No
is what
wonder people are
happens when
missing
you're
in
on the
this
side
town.
of justice.
So the door is now unlocked, and nobody of importance is the wiser.
All right. I shove open the door. And then I immediately check the door frame to see if anything weird happens. I don't immediately walk in.
Nothing
How
seems
many
to happen.
hinges does this door have?
Right.
Is it open inward or outward?
What kind of wood is this door made out of?
No
It
traps, nothing.
opens inward.
Perfect. That's a good door.
It's
No.
always inward.
No traps, nothing.
No.
It's just a regular dude, right?
As far as we're aware.
That we know of, yeah.
You walk in.
You all
and-
forget that Rationer is a very suspicious individual. Routinely.
Yeah.
Oh no, we know. I just
There doesn't
thought it was funny.
The place seems in order. There's nothing seemingly turned over. It's seems to be just a simple living space.
All right. I'm going to start digging through stuff. Does anything that in cupboards, any
Make an
Checking the
investigation
floors.
check.
investigation? Anybody want to help me out with this?
Can't.
I'll help.
All right.
Are
So-
you proficient?
He is.
Yeah, I am. Oh.
You,
That doesn't help.
you
He was
haven't.
giving you advantage, I think.
Oh, my bad. Not me.
I was also
Too late.
gonna. I was
Too
also
late
gonna. No, I was gonna remind the wizard he has an item.
Those goggles.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna put on my eyes of
Goggles.
minute seek.
Minute seeing. Now you have to get within 6 inches of the ground.
Yes, I'm gonna comb over this place like a fucking dog.
That's not how that item works. So it's for looking at it like a specific item or something.
Mm.
I just
Alright.
mainly want to look for if there's any like poison, like the poison that we found in
Alright,
his
well.
house.
With
like
your
there
with
was.
your check, no,
Yeah,
you didn't
okay.
find anything.
Well, he
23.
got a 23. He didn't really need my help.
So, Raster, as you go through his belongings, you see and find several papers regarding like the stocking of the and the administration of the docks. You recall that Ahmad is one of the basically one of the leaders here at the docks.
Mhm.
One of the managing people, and you see a lot of invoices and things of a business nature. You don't find anything suspicious in any of those documents. However, what you do find is you once again find small traces of that liquid that was found in the Jim Bob residence.
I'm assuming that's the poison that was on the bolt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, cool. Next
At
step.
least we know now that
Is it
guy
in a
wasn't
vial or
lying to
anything?
us.
What's that?
I'm assuming the liquid's in a container of some sort, right?
No, there's just drops of it that have stained the wood spaces throughout.
Like,
Okay.
is it
As
all
if it's
in a certain area, or is it just spread all over the place?
in here, it's in a couple of different places, and it's very minute. But with that roll, you were able to find it, and you knew what you were looking for, and so you made sure to inspect the wood and whatnot.
How
and,
big?
and you found a couple of places.
How big is this place? Is it just like a single room, or are there multiple rooms?
It's 2 rooms.
Well, you probably should look in the other room before you decide to
Well,
just
yeah,
march out
there
of
too as well. Yeah, I mean, he looked throughout the whole place.
there. Alright.
Now, should we get the guards involved with this, or keep trying to be vigilantes?
I don't fucking care. Really. I just want out of this
I mean-
stupid town. I hope this entire burn it to the ground, honestly. No offense, Cliff.
Well, if
None
that's
taken.
the case, maybe we should take Cliff's family with us
Oh.
when we leave.
Should we? Or should Cliff just move them? Because the next place
How far
we're
away
going
from
is
here-
fighting a fucking undead witch.
Yeah. How far away are we from Neverwinter from here?
That's on the other end of the continent, you idiot.
Well, I mean, we could. Yeah, you're right.
Wouldn't you know that since you traveled here from there? Or
It's been a while. I've been in this area for quite some time.
The
Are you
holes in
from-
your story keep getting bigger and bigger.
Well, then jump through them. I don't give a shit.
Point to me on where Neverwinter is on a map. I'm just curious.
Do you have a map?
I'm sure we could find one.
Well, this is kind of an off-topic conversation for what we're trying to deal with right now. So
I don't know.
back to
maybe some
this?
other time.
At this
No,
point,
I think it's kind of important. Because if the real Novus did come from Neverwinter, you'd think he would know where Neverwinter was.
Insight check. Is that the real Novus?
The
Maybe it-
real Novus.
Make an
Dying
insight
so
check.
much.
You realize I have died twice, right?
Yeah,
My
he is-
memory is getting fading.
And apparently you talked to some fucking skeleton. So,
Well,
Are you real?
you're unsure if you ever really knew the real Novus, so you have no idea what.
Yeah, how would you even know me, Doran? You hate me.
I don't know. Just there seems to be a lot of holes in this backstory. Alright,
Yeah, well, I don't go asking you where you're from because I know it's a sensitive topic for you.
yes. Growing up in a big city, going to a nice little doctor school must have been so hard for you.
No, I'm saying I don't ask you about your backstory.
Why not?
Because
Hey,
I
that's
know
what he
I know about his race. I know what they do.
Oh,
What do you mean, my
His
race?
race.
Okay,
You've done made an enemy again.
you're backing me up into a corner here. Let's just keep moving on. We can talk about this later. When I make a perfect tiny hut for y'all to sleep in.
I honestly think we should just get the guard involved and leave it.
Well, luckily there were like just two that just so happened to walk by. Let's go grab
Oh, they're
them.
gone now.
They're pretty shitty at their job. Just broke into a house broad daylight. We should probably report that to their superiors.
By the way, your guys should be more vigilant. I broke into some dude's house.
All right. Yeah, it's because I'm kind of over this whole little adventure anyway. Let Loudwater
So
deal
are
with
you,
it.
just, are you just wanting to leave? Well, the thing is, they're not going to deal with it. More people are going to disappear. And probably by the time we're back here, everyone's going to be gone.
And that's my problem, Hal.
Yeah.
I don't know, we're supposed to help people? I
Since
thought?
when? Last time I
mean, that's
checked,
what I-
we were hired to investigate corrupted creatures. And that
Yeah.
Why
dragged
does
us
everything
in.
have to be, I only do it because I'm hired with you? Do you not have any goodwill in your bones?
Not really.
I just like take one hand up, point it, index finger up, point it directly to myself, and like, professional assassin. Hi, how to meet you? Put my hand out to him.
Professional mercenary. Hi, nice to meet you.
I guess maybe I need to find a profession.
Wow. At least I think me and Lear and Cliff are in the same boat.
Lear.
But
Lear. I've heard there are people that specialize in studying mushrooms
where?
in the big cities
Oh, why? Why there?
because that's where you study things.
I mean, you could be a field researcher.
But you gotta go to the city, get the job first.
Does he?
Yeah.
You can't just walk in with a paper and be like, "Hey, check this research that I've done."
Well, I'm a druid. I'm part of a circle.
I feel like that'd give him some pretty good credibility right off the bat.
Says potential.
Unless people know of what his circle does.
Yeah,
Well,
kidnapping.
hold on. They don't need to know.
Kidnapping children and all. Probably should leave that out.
And the whole focus on death thing is kind of strange. But
You keep saying that, but you keep focusing on it.
Yeah, you're the one that seems to be obsessed with death here.
Okay, we need to move on.
I have died twice,
This conversation's happening as we're walking to the guards.
I've never died before I met you.
Is it,
people.
or are
It's not
you
very
all
fun.
still sitting in this house that you broke?
we decided we were gonna go talk to the guards, and I'm assuming this conversation's happening as we're walking.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've left Ahmad's house.
We relock the door as we leave.
Okay.
Maybe see, you know.
I mean, you kind of need a key, don't you?
I don't know.
Yes. You
Or I
Can
can
you
try
just
and.
reverse?
Can I
lock the
reverse
door?
pick the lock?
I don't think it works that way.
No, you can't reverse pick the lock.
Okay, then we just close the door.
Okay.
These guards don't check the doors anyway.
Yeah, they don't really care.
And where are you going?
We're gonna go report this bullshit to the guards. I guess it's what Rashter wants to do.
You still have the bolt on you? Or give our story a little bit more credence?
Yep,
Novus
it's
has
right
it.
here.
All right. You go to the Loudwater guardhouse and you enter. And there's several guards just kind of sitting around.
All right, you two.
Approach one of them.
This is your investigation. Get to it.
Who? What?
You two.
What?
This is your crusade. You also have the evidence, and you've seen it. I wasn't at Jim Bob's house for one.
What do you all want?
You notice people have gone missing recently, right?
That's what they're saying, I guess.
Oh wow, this is fucking pointless. I'm leaving.
Yes,
Just turn around
this
and
is
walk away.
You guys, none of you guards care about your townfolk.
Oh,
There's a major
course we
problem
do, but-
going on right now. Then get off your asses and start working.
Rationer is
Make
already
a
walking
persuasion
away.
check. Make a persuasion check.
Come on, Nat 1, please. Oh!
God, another. This is bullshit. You've had 3 natural 20 persuasion checks, and you had the intimidation check. My God.
Novus is on a roll tonight.
They
Somebody
stand
gotta
up, and
be.
at first they're a little bit like upset with you, but then they think, They look at each other. Yeah, you're right.
Maybe we are being kind of dickheads.
You have some information.
I slam the arrow down on. I'm assuming there's a desk in this room.
No, you slam
Yeah,
it
sure.
into their hand. Pointy.
This.
Hey, what's this?
It's an arrow covered in poison.
It's
That
a
I'm-
crossbow bolt.
Technically, it's a crossbow bolt, but nah.
A bolt covered in poison that is typically used by the
Drow.
drow, right? The drow. And this was shot at me. How long ago? Was it a few nights ago or was it last night?
2 nights ago, I think.
Yeah, two
It
to
was
This
shot
was
at me 2 nights ago from someone in the shadows as I was leaving the Enchanter's Ecstasy.
I don't know. Hedgehog.
What?
What? Hedgehog.
What?
Are you?
Lear in the background.
Are you high?
He's just crouched down on next to the road. He's like, oh, look, a hedgehog.
I'm gonna name him Sonic. Go real fast. But this was shot at me
Okay.
2 nights ago as I was leaving the Enchanter's Ecstasy. Now, me and my party here, we were going to try and figure this out on our own, but we have come to a standstill, and we thought the best choice was to inform the Loudwater guards of the situation that is going on.
Are
We
you going to?
believe.
Whatever.
No, what were you going to say?
You probably need to tell them where the substance was found.
I was about to.
Like which houses it was found in.
Yeah, I was going to, but it's okay.
Alright.
I mean, I can be like the bad cop, and you can be the good cop. Like you can
No,
jump in.
I make a horrible good cop. Keep
No,
going.
it's hilarious.
Okay, we
no,
can both be bad cops.
Novus the bad cop. Rash, good cop.
But anyway, are you two? How many of them are in this room? Did you say a couple?
There's 2 right now.
Yeah,
Are you two familiar with the character named Jim Bob?
the character.
There's a lot of people in this town.
Cliff, can you try and tell them about Jim Bob to see if they know who he was?
Yeah, he's that guy that's always at the wheelhouse.
Hmm.
Always had a Jack and Coke. He was there every day. His
Hmm.
wife died about 10 years ago.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about now.
Commonly enjoys a smoking a pancake.
Dude, pancakes sound so good.
Well, we went to his house and we found droplets of this poison, like soaked into his floors, and he has been missing. We have not seen him at all or anything. And we were just informed by
Anonymous
someone,
informant.
by a anonymous informant, that Ahmad, one of the workers over at the Loudwater docks, has been following us suspiciously, and we just came here from his house and we found the exact same droplets of poison in his home,
And him nowhere to be found.
and he was nowhere to be found.
Oh. This is all interesting, but it seems like a lot of hearsay. You can't arrest somebody on...
You can at least conduct an investigation.
Sure. We'll go talk to him. See what he knows.
I would suggest talking to people that he's talked to recently. People who've seen him walk around town. Maybe people who've...
Yes, we know how to do our jobs, we just don't always do them.
Oh, cool.
But we appreciate the information. We'll do our
Are these the
best.
same 2 guys that were near the house that I broke into?
No.
Okay.
They're all
And I really hope you do your best, because I would hate to get the Lord's Alliance involved in this.
What's with
So
people
please.
always saying that?
Hmm?
You know that the Lord's Alliance is only here to try to court the High Lord. The High Lord is who the authority is in this place.
Oh, well, I would be happy to mention this to the High Lord when we have dinner with him tonight.
As they mention, I just think to
Oh.
myself, it's probably not going to be the High Lord for long. I wonder who it's going to be, the Zentarum or the Lord's Alliance.
Oh.
And then I walk over and I crouch next to Lear. What are you staring at?
this little guy.
Why is there a hedgehog just in the guardhouse? They just let animals come in here.
I walk over. Aren't they normally nocturnal?
Oh,
And
that's our...
Novus is like, well, actually, they're...
That is our mascot. Please do not bother him.
Of course.
Your mascot's a hedgehog.
I just appreciate this a lot, actually.
Yes.
The
name-
guard motto, gotta go fast.
His name is Hedgeford.
Do they have any heraldry on their uniforms? And is it a hedgehog?
It is not a hedgehog.
Oh,
No.
It is a
Unfortunate.
it is a water wheel,
Oh, okay.
which
Unfortunate.
if you squint
makes sense.
might look like a hedgehog.
Is there a hedgehog in the
ball.
water wheel?
No, but if you squint, the symbol kind of like when a hedgehog kind of like curls up
It
in a
spins really
ball.
fast.
No. But yes,
This has been derailed so thoroughly.
But thank you for this.
Okay, are you two done? Your conscience good? You feel good about yourselves now?
We're trying to figure out someone that almost tried to kill me, man. Like, you
I
can't
would also
expect
like
me
to
not to
point out
be
that you
concerned about this.
hit him with a fireball not that long ago.
Mm-hmm. And I'm
So
more
that-
concerned about the last person that actually killed you, because she still wants to kill me.
Okay, well, maybe when you actually die and be brought back, you'll know what it's like. So,
Is that a threat?
Uh-oh. One
I've
big
got quite a
step back
story.
from
would the two
Ratchet.
of you take this outside? You are scaring Hedgeford.
Is Hedgeford
Wait,
scared?
Hedford is inside?
Is,
we're
Hed-
inside
is
now.
Hedgeford scared?
Yes, I can
No,
tell.
not at all.
can you two just promise me that you will try your absolute best to try and figure out what is going on in this town? Because I don't know how much longer we will be here. And with these disappearances, I really don't want to have to. I don't want to come back here and no one be here. Everyone be dead or gone or something else. So, just do your best. Because people matter.
That was,
Lives matter.
that was beautiful.
Life needs things to live.
It's like, does a single tear just like roll down Nose's face as he's giving this impassioned speech? Then he whirls his cape and just walks out.
Good day.
All right, what are you guys doing now?
Well, what time is it?
Yes, what
like
time is it, Dave?
it's like the middle of the afternoon at this point.
Oh my god, time's moving so slow.
So,
I mean, if you guys want to wait until the evening, you can do that. You just got to tell me.
Hey, why don't we all check out the Risen Moon Market, see what they have?
Okay, we'll be perusing the market until dinner.
Okay.
No one will actually buy anything.
I may buy something, you never know.
Alright.
I can't remember. Did you give the diamond? You gave the diamond last.
Yes,
Okay.
I gave it to Lee.
Alright.
He has the diamond.
Alright, I was just making sure.
It's my precious.
It was my precious. But now it's your precious.
So, Novus, as you're kind of walking around, you find a stout female half-elf named Anel, who is running a marketplace in the Risen Moon Market, and you find within her wares an ornate willow wand inlaid with garnet, and this catches your eye.
Ooh.
It's the Elder Wand.
This wand here, it's quite exquisite. How much is it?
Juicy.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure it's magical or something because it gives off a little bit of a pulse in that garnet there. So I was kind of wanting like I don't know, like 100 gold for it.
Do it.
Can I do a detect magic on it, or will that take too long?
It depends on whether or not you decide to
You
use a
can-
spell slot
You
for
can
it.
use a spell slot and it'll take less time. It'll only
Yeah, why
take
not?
6 seconds with a spell slot.
Okay, yeah, I'll use the spell slot to use detect magic on it.
Does he still have the Pearl of Power?
No.
You
Blair has
said
it.
No.
that it is in fact a
Okay.
magic item, and it is of the enchantment school.
What's it do?
Nice.
He doesn't know.
I mean,
Just an
Ask
enchantment.
ask the vendor. What's it do?
She don't know.
What?
She thinks it's
What's
magic.
it? What's it do, lady? Hey, lady, what's it do? I'm from Neverwinter.
Eh,
Hey.
I don't know. Like I said, I think it's magical, but I can't get it to really do anything. But you look like the magical sort. Why don't you give it a try?
Okay,
Oh, she wants you to
I'll give it a
actually
try.
try to get it to work.
All right.
Okay.
What are you gonna do with it?
Stick it up his
Uh,
butt.
Nice.
I'm gonna cast Fireball. No, I'm joking.
No.
I didn't ask how
I,
big the room was, DM. I said I cast fireball.
I'll shoot. I don't know, a Fireball into the air with it. See if I can do that.
You're gonna like try to. You're gonna point
Straight
it
up.
and then try to activate it. It's not a cat. It's not a
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll
not
just
a-
point it. I'll point it straight up and try and activate it. See what it does.
Okay. A little bit of arcane energy flows through you, and you see the garnet light up, and a little pulse of energy flies up into the air.
You okay, DM?
Yeah.
Alright. A pulse of energy flies into the air. No other discernible effect.
No.
Okay, I put my hand in front of the end of the wand, and I activate it again.
Oh,
Okay.
hopefully it's not disintegrate.
Make a charisma saving throw.
Ah, okay.
A charisma saving throw.
I think I
Yeah.
know what this is.
How the fuck do I make a
Charisma save.
It's under wisdom save.
Should be
Saving
underneath
throws is
underneath
under...
your strength dex con.
Mhm.
And that block there.
I'm not seeing it.
Just roll a d20 and
It's the
minus
very
one.
yeah.
Okay.
Since you have a -1 to it, and you definitely don't have proficiency in it. Eight.
8.
8. So, as you fire the wand at yourself, you feel a tinge of like negative energy into your body, and you're unable to fight it off. And all of a sudden, your sort of flat-faced demeanor turns into a serious scowl, and you are now forced to scowl for 1 minute.
Oh, for a minute. Okay.
Oh,
I thought it was
everyone
gonna be for an hour.
Everyone around you kind of sees you as soon as
So
you
now
get
I just
hit
have
with this
super
thing.
resting bitch
No,
face.
as soon as you get hit with this thing, the biggest frown you've ever seen Novus make is on his face, and it looks almost like he's in pain, like with how much he's scowling right now.
What's the
I'll
matter?
take it.
Why are you so mad about it?
Yeah.
What's wrong?
Buy it.
It's the wand. I'm fine.
Are
You
you?
you don't sound fine.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, 100 gold. Give her 100 gold.
50.
Make a Make an intimidation.
Johnny intimidation because how his face looks.
Yeah.
17. Holy shit.
You drive a hard bargain. How about 80?
Do it for 75.
Jesus.
80 gold. Sorry.
Whatever,
I got a family
fine.
to feed.
Yeah, this is probably more gold than you've seen in your life.
Jesus Christ. What's with the elitist attitude Novus has got now?
It's the wand.
All right, so you hand her 80 gold. Enjoy your wand, fucking asshole.
Yeah, you're telling me.
It's at this point in time the scowl goes
So
away.
you now have a wand of scowls, and we are making it canon that you actually have to act like a asshole when you're affected by it.
Doran's attitude doesn't change.
Right.
Or does his facial expressions.
Wand of Scout.
You never know. The mask is always on.
Yep.
You,
I could be
Wand of
smiling all the
Scowls.
time.
SCOWLS.
I want
I don't
scowl.
have that
Oh.
item. Is it in
Oh,
a
it's-
special book?
It's in Xanathar's Guide to Everything.
You
Yeah, I
don't have
that.
Xanathars,
Just-
you fucking
just write it
animal.
down. And
Yeah.
let's write it down. And basically,
Here, can you put it in my inventory for me?
Yeah, you can
no,
do
I
that.
can't. Not if you don't have the book.
Yeah, you can. I've done it before.
Potentially.
Okay, let me see if that works.
Because I literally put
That
an
would be-
entire
That would be
subclass.
kind of dumb if that worked.
I
I
just
put an
love the
entire subclass on Spencer's.
I just love
character
the
sheet before.
entire the entire thought of Novus just scowling at this lady and then puts his
Speaking
hands
with
on
his
his hips.
Boston
80
accent.
gold.
This is the more gold you've seen in your entire life.
Yeah,
There
don't
you go.
feed them fucking kids.
You now have a wand of scowls
Is there anything?
with 1 charge remaining on the day. By the way, so it has 3 charges and it gets its charges back at the beginning of each day.
What did you put it in? My backpack or my inventory? Oh, I found it. Okay.
Is there
Yeah, put it
anything
back.
else interesting in the market, DM, as we spend time here?
Are you gonna look through?
Yeah, we're just killing time.
Actually, it says it has 2 more charges.
Well, you shot it twice.
You shot it twice.
Oh yeah, I did. Shit. Oops.
Yeah, you shot it once into the air and then you shot your hand with it.
No, nothing really else. Everything else is just general goods. So unless there's something specific you're looking for, that's it.
Maybe a more deadly short sword, but that'd be at the blacksmith's shop.
Yeah, there's no weaponry or anything like that.
Bags of holding. Probably not.
Probably
No.
not.
Yeah.
No, not at all. Okay, let's take a quickie break
Sounds good.
while you guys wait for the evening to hit so that you can have dinner with the High Lord.
We're
More and more of the Novus backstory is being torn apart.
unraveled.
I'm loving every second of that.
Of what?
Of you guys like questioning his backstory.
It's not our fault. His backstory has so many holes in it.
Are you the real Novus?
Well,
What-
it doesn't help that you guys have been told that Novus might have been corrupted or infected somehow.
Yeah,
Mhm.
well,
They're
hey,
extra suspicious.
hey, I'm from Neverwinter. Why don't we just swing by Neverwinter and drop Cliff's family off there first? Neverwinter's on the other side of the continent. Oh, is it?
I forgot.
Well, they say every time you die, you forget something.
They say if you don't actually have a backstory for your character, when you try to make one up on the fly, holes appear.
My backstory is easy.
Yeah,
At
you
least as far as I'm aware.
woke up in fucking corpses. And now we're gonna go to Neverwinter and turn you over as a science experiment.
I can fly. Just keep that in mind.
Not if you don't have those boots.
And then I can just walk up walls.
Not if you don't have that cape.
And I don't sleep.
Yeah,
So
but you're immobile when you're in your recharge.
I don't have to be.
We'll get you. Don't worry. I mean, think. Like, how much gold would you be willing to hand yourself over? If there was a price to it.
Rashider?
Like, how many zeros does he have to put on that check?
Never had to contemplate that before.
It's just something to think about. For the good of the party, you might want to think about that.
That would be for the good of me. No one else needs to know this information.
Yeah, well, it benefits the party, too, because then we get a bunch of gold.
Well,
You literally said, if you have information about an actual reborn, I will pay for it. We bring him an actual reborn, he will pay for it. Yeah, he literally has a reward out for you.
But never listed an actual reward amount. Usually rewards have an amount.
Yeah, he said he'll pay for information, though. So just imagine if we actually gave him a test subject. You're dead anyway. You can't feel anything. What's the matter? If he pokes around in there.
I can feel pain. As far as I'm aware, it doesn't say anything in the reborn stat block saying that they are immune to pain.
It's fine. You died once already. What's the big deal?
And technically, if I was undead, I would not be.
Twice.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to be charmed.
He's died at least once that he knows of. Probably.
I mean, you woke up in a pile of corpses. It's probably safe to assume. Are you the real Rashidir is the question.
Not even I know that one.
You're not, because you're really Rasha.
That is to be determined at a later plot story point from the DM.
Rasha, dear, Rasha, yeah, see, coincidence.
Interesting.
There's no such thing as a coincidence.
We got a Theseus ship paradox here.
How many pieces of Rashidir do we take off and replace? Is it still Rashidir?
Is it still Rashidir? Interesting.
What if he can improve you, make you better, faster, stronger?
I don't know.
Is this a real Rashidir in heaven? And
At
you're
this
just
point,
some
I would
husk
rather get
of a man?
things that help me out and with saving throws. Just give me advantage on all saving throws, and
What if he can give you another...
I'd do it for free.
What if he give you another flaming hand?
Another flaming hand. It
Yeah.
wasn't flaming though.
I thought you were like fucking skeletal blue hand.
It
So-
was ghostly, see-through, spectral.
Well, what if he gives you another ghost hand? So you can
I'm-
match.
I'm as far as Rashidir knows right now, he could do that to himself already.
But can you, though?
I don't know. That's the thing. He doesn't know.
Have you tried?
Obviously not.
Well, cut the other hand off and try.
Are you actually Ghost Rider, played by Nicolas Cage?
Yes. And what do you need? You get saving throw proficiency naturally as a rogue. You just have to level up.
Until level, I think I get it at 15.
No.
I think that's when I get that slippery mind or whatever. Thought about taking resilient constitution.
That's
well.
boring.
It gives me
Take something
proficiency
fun.
in con saves.
Take-
What's fun?
I don't know. Chef for the memes.
Chef for the memes. Then you don't have to worry about me lacing your food with stuff again.
Yeah, I won't eat it either way, but it'd be fun. Oh, Rashidir doesn't seem like he's a drug addict like Alanir was.
Oh, the dragon weed.
I'll be right back.
Alright, is it dinner time now?
Will you shut up?
We're on break. I think it'll be dinner time as soon as we're back from break.
Each
right?
time you ask, it gets pushed back an hour.
I just want to kill something.
Yeah, you think we're gonna kill things at dinner?
Are you gonna kill the High Lord? Is that what you guys?
Maybe.
Yes.
Get out of here, DM.
Yeah, we're discussing. We wanted to destabilize the region even more. We did we did one regime change. We have a taste for it now.
I would like to make my wife the High Lord.
Hi, lady.
Hi, Dame.
Hi, dame.
Everyone would be like, hot dame.
Not there. Oh.
I'm back.
Ew.
Alright, I'm back.
Okay, I think we're just waiting on Trevor. I think he stepped
You know,
away.
it's
Trevor.
funny. I imagined Novus's face turning into that Jeff Dunham puppet.
Which one?
The
Novus
one.
has been pretty assertive
Oh,
this session.
the old man, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Willis.
Walter.
Walter. There we go.
Yeah, that's what his face turned into.
Jesus.
Boop, boop, doop, boop, boop,
Uh,
boop, boop.
And man, for that wand to work, you got to roll really shitty.
yeah, it's like you have to roll under a 10, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't worry, if you use it on Rasher, he'll fail.
True.
I failed every saving throw.
I was really glad that you had failed it. I was like, I really
Yeah.
hope he fails this.
Yeah, Novus has been quite the character this session.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, the
I've
thing
had
is, it's like,
so many D20s this session. It's crazy.
the thing is, some of those, if you had fucked it up, probably couldn't have went not so well for you. But
Especially the guard interaction.
yeah,
Novus is just passionate about helping people.
Righteous indignation.
It's so funny that that's a fucking item.
The wand. It's like the campaign 2 when Jester gets the wand of smiles.
so if you read it to the end, if you expend the wand's last charge, roll a d20. On a 1, the wand transforms into a wand of smiles.
Oh shit.
Holy what?
Yeah.
Cool. I assume it still has to recharge though.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
Now, does it stay a wand of smiles, or does it just do it for that one last charge?
No, it stays a wand of smiles, and then the
Does
same thing can happen to the wand of smiles. The wand of smiles can end up turning back into a wand of scowls.
does that?
You know what?
Hey, does the wand work on any living creature?
It's just
Humanoid.
a humanoid.
Ah,
So, like, I could do it on a goblin, or, any character, any creature that has like
I
humanoid.
wanted to see a super scowling giant frog.
Get me the fuck. Get the fuck.
Well, what would happen if I used it on Lear and then he transformed into a giant frog?
I'd just be frustrated.
Yeah, it would work.
Be an angry giant bullfrog.
And then I'm guessing since we're doing, you have to act like an asshole if you are scowling. If you get smiles, you have to act like a happy-go-lucky person.
You have to
Mhm.
act super nice.
I may have to use that on Doran. See what
Yeah,
he's
and then
like.
a
Happy
minute goes
person.
by, and then he tears your throat out
If he can catch me.
because it only lasts. He can catch me.
You both have Misty Step, by the way.
And he has Thunderstep.
Novus did win the race though at the beginning of the
Yes.
campaign.
Even with everyone trying to fucking bring me down.
It's only because I helped you out of that pit, by the way.
Shouldn't have done it. Should have kicked his hand.
Yeah, you tried to help me out of it, but you're the one that fucking put me in it.
Yep.
Man, it's been how long has it been since session 1? Shit,
Long
how
ass
long have
time.
we been? How long have we been doing this? Crazy.
5-6 months. Probably longer.
It's been longer, almost a year. Come up, I think, June or July.
And we're only
I'm
level
back.
6.
7.
Or 7, man.
Oh, we're level 7? Nice.
No,
Wait, we're level
6.
we're
No,
level
6.
7?
6.
no, you're level 6. Fuck you.
No, we're level 7.
We're level
just heard-
7.
Yeah.
Nice.
No.
Come to think of it, actually, I think we're actually level 10.
Anyway, you guys spend some time just kind of meandering about
I hate this town
until
so
the
much.
evening. And so it is approaching 7 o'clock. So, are you going to go to the High Lord's Hall?
Yep.
Oh, excuse me.
Fantastic. And um, as you approach the gates, you find that Geoffrey is waiting for you. Oh, yeah. Well, Lear, thank you for at least cleaning up a bit. The rest of you, though, really? Whatever.
Am I the only one that cleaned themselves?
I clean myself
I'm always
Yeah,
clean.
indirectly.
Fuck.
indirectly.
That time. Scrubbing, dubbing.
Novus stays looking fresh, man.
I know what you're talking about.
Not to mention,
My
I
equipment
don't
is always
sweat,
well
so.
maintained. I'm a professional after all.
Oh, like I said, regardless, I was able to arrange this meeting for myself and the rest of you. Dinner with the High Lord, Nenethlor, Greysword tonight. From the scouting reports I've received, Rasha must be dealt with quickly, and there is no time to wait for the Lord's Alliance's forces to come and assist, even if they would or could. Therefore, it's imperative for us to acquire the local support of the High Lord to assist us in this matter. So, I don't think I have to tell you, be on your best behavior, but our goal here is to make a good impression and hopefully convince the High Lord to assist us.
What about the book and the blood? Any progress on that, or is that also...
It's still sent off. I've heard nothing yet.
Glad to see the Lord's Alliance is very helpful.
Well, things take time, Doran. It's been a few days.
Oh, we don't have time.
Exactly. That is why we need to act now. It is not like a blade such as myself, an agent of the Lord's Alliance, to potentially rush into something when intel could be gained, but I think that the longer we wait, the worse off we'll be. But if you all are as ready as you are going to be anyway, follow me. We'll head up to the hall. He brings you
Bring me.
to a couple of guards at the gate. They move out of the way and they open the gates for you. And you walk up to this sort of extravagant hall, large building. The manor itself is mostly made of stone and stands tallest amongst all of the buildings in Loudwater. A couple of towers and steeples throughout, very well made. Definitely almost out of place in a town such as this. So you approach the doors and a couple of guards open the front doors for you. And you immediately are greeted by a human man, well-dressed, distinguished dignitary, and he introduces himself. Why, hello. My name is Gerard. I am the High Lord's steward. I've been told that you've been invited to dinner with the High Lord tonight.
Yes, I pull out the letter and I show him.
Yes, this is all in order. Fantastic. Kind of makes a glance at Geoffrey. And those of you with enough, passive insight can kind of tell this is sort of a look of, really? you brought these people to see the High Lord.
That's mean.
He sort of... You catch Gerard rolling his eyes a bit. Well, right this way, I suppose.
Gerard goes
And he
on
takes
the
you...
kill list.
and
He's
he
already
takes you...
subject number 1.
He leads you to a dining hall. And the dining hall itself is mostly empty, actually, except for a large, ornately dressed man towards the back at the head of the table, a armored individual standing near the man at the back, as well as to the left of who you presume to be the High Lord is a very well-dressed noble woman of half-elf descent. As you're walking towards your spots at the table, Geoffrey kind of quietly explains. Now, obviously, in the back there, that is the High Lord himself. To his left, the High Lady Quatrana, half-elf queen of Loudwater, and behind the High Lord is Guard Captain Stanmore. He is always in attendance with any meetings with the High Lord for security purposes, of course. He sort of whispers to you as you guys move into the dining hall.
Did you say Stamford?
Stanmore.
Stand more, like he stands all the time.
Well, Stan, so Stanmore.
I've already written in my book.
He's a stand.
I don't care. I've already written in my notes.
I get you.
So yes, Guard Captain Stanmore. Humbly armored, with the crest of Loudwater upon his shoulder plate.
Which is not a hedgehog, unfortunately.
But it looks like one, maybe, if you squint your eyes and, look sideways.
Good.
The High Lord as well as the High Lady stand and greet all of you. You can see that High Lord Nanithor Greysword is a somewhat elderly man. He's wearing gold and red robes and has a fairly ornate crown upon his head. He's very broad-shouldered, a very large gentleman. And the High Lady Quatrana Greysword is a half-elf woman who's also adorned with gold and red robes. Beautiful long blonde hair, and she curtsies slightly as the High Lord addresses all of you. Well, Geoffrey, good to see you. And I suppose these are the individuals that you wish that I meet. I'm the High Lord Nanithor Greysword. It is a pleasure to make all of your acquaintances.
Hello.
Geoffrey then says, yes, and I would introduce them, but I think it would be better if they would introduce themselves, so alright, moving down the line, and he looks at the first of you. Introduce yourselves.
I am Medicus Novus.
Well met.
As to you, High Lord.
I bow and say I'm Cliff.
You look somewhat familiar, Cliff. Are you one of my subjects, perhaps?
I am a resident of Loudwater, yes.
Ah, excellent.
I'm Lear. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
You
Hi,
seem...
how are you?
You look much like those
Oh,
of the
yeah,
Velashar to the
Damn
south.
druids.
I am. Sorry. I nod my head, bow a little bit.
Very
little
interesting. I
prick.
have not had one of the Belashar in my court in years.
Oh. Hopefully it was on good terms.
Yes, it always is.
Oh, good. Awkwardly look over at Rash.
Oh, me next. Okay.
I think you're the only one.
Am I the last one?
Nope, you and Doran.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Well, he said you're next in line, so.
I'm Rashider.
Hi, my name's Rashider. I guess it's alright, I'm here.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
What?
It's
He's just
hmm.
squinting his eyes, staring at me, and I'm just like, meh.
I used the
His
wand of spells on
gaze,
him without him knowing.
his gaze turns to you, Doran. And what of you?
Doran.
Lance shifts to Joffrey, and then to his steward Gerard. Well, shall we then? And he's the first to sit back down, and a feast is laid before all of you. Much food and drink of a much higher quality than what you've been used to, or perhaps ever even had, for the some of you. As you begin to eat, Gerard kind of, you can see him sort of lean in towards the High Lord, and he says, without being very quiet, it's definitely a whisper, but it's a loud whisper. My lord, why are you even entertaining these ruffians?
Yeah, we're gonna kill him. I think to myself.
Yeah,
No, you just say it out loud. Yeah, we're gonna kill that guy.
You get a druid with a mark on your head.
Told you I've had a thirst for blood. I haven't been sated.
Well,
Are you sure you're not one
I
of
thought
those?
I was the assassin.
You sure you're not?
Joffrey,
Burning me.
the High Lord speaks up. Well, Geoffrey, tell me, what is it that you sought an audience with me for? Please do explain in greater detail. Geoffrey begins to say,
My name's Chad.
well,
my name is
Lord.
Jam.
there has been a great disturbance
In the
In the
force.
in the peace of this land, and the Lord's Alliance has caught wind of it thanks to the help of these individuals here. We are afraid that there is someone who wishes great harm upon Loudwater and the surrounding areas, and the Lord's Alliance wishes to do something about it before tragedy strikes. That being said, we must act quickly, and unfortunately the Lord's Alliance's forces will not be able to get here in time, and therefore we would like to seek the local support of Loudwater and whatever assistance it can provide, so that we may defeat this evil. Or the High Lord can even speak. Gerard says, kind of scoffs. My lord, this is no concern of Loudwater. We have our own issues to deal with here. We cannot entertain such notions. The High Lord raises his hand, and says, Gerard, let them speak. What is it that you all found? Can you give me some more detail? I cannot simply provide aid to a cause which I know nothing of.
This guy reminds me of Worm Tongue, Grima. Lord of the Rings.
Gerard, more like Jafar, am I right?
So what is he asking?
He wants a recap of everything we've done in this fucking campaign.
He's just asking you what it is we need that they need his help for.
I mean,
Every-
you've already begun to lose people to something we suspect might be at least somewhat connected.
Have you heard anything about your disappearing townfolk?
There's been word. In fact, it's made it up to me, but of course, my steward, Gerard, is heading the investigation.
Mm,
Really?
Interesting.
Care to tell the king how you found the 2 guards at the station today?
Yes.
I know not what you're talking about.
Probably because you're not doing anything about it.
At this, Geoffrey looks over to you, Novus, and gives you a death stare.
We went to the guardhouse today, and the guards, there were 2, just in there, sitting, doing absolutely nothing. We have begun to do our own little
Novus,
investigation.
that's enough.
Who
You do
says
not
this
need to
me?
worry the High
That'd be
Lord with
Geoffrey.
such unneeded things. We are here to do one thing. Now,
Step down and let me talk.
And it begins.
I'm not wasting a diamond. Something happens.
Jesus.
I'm just having
Alright.
fun, guys. I'm just having fun.
We'll see.
Novus cares much about this. Let him have his impassioned speech. Continue. You've already started it. You might as well finish it.
Yeah, we'll see if Geoffrey actually lets you continue or not.
Geoffrey looks annoyed. He's just staring at you. Say what you will then, I suppose, while you have the High Lord's audience. For the moment.
I pull out the arrow out of my bag.
Crossbow bolt.
A crossbow bolt. Okay, a crossbow.
You gave it to the guards.
Yeah, that's true.
You don't have it.
Shit.
No, tell him
Shit.
about the
Just
the
tell
path that we've
him.
already set their guards on.
Yes, just tell him what you fucking know.
Okay, so I just tell him the information that I know and everything about what's been going on. We've already talked about it before. We don't really need to go over it again. But I just tell him what's been going on and what we've seen and like what we've already investigated and stuff
With
like that.
beautiful, fiery determination and tears streaming down your eyes.
Yes.
High Lord turns to Gerard. Says, what the man says seems quite concerning to me, and Gerard responds with, Your Grace, I assure you that I am on top of this situation, and no one of importance has gone missing regardless.
Oh,
Insight check.
In fact,
of importance.
make it-
Interesting.
Of importance.
Come on. And I'm at knowledge of past life. Oh,
Come on.
go away.
Roll big.
Wow. 19.
can't tell.
Hmm.
You can't tell anything. I mean, he's obviously a cold individual, but you can't tell on that roll what anything strange about his
I
what he's
I
saying.
also let the High Lord know about the missing book and all that stuff too. You know.
Before you can really go into any of that, Geoffrey does stop you. Novus, another word, and you will be excused. We'll talk about this later.
Not to you, I hope.
Now, was that under your breath, or did you mean for
I
him to hear
mutter
it?
that under my breath.
As he pouts.
I have it totally under control. And this
It's evil as
vigilantism,
fuck.
this vigilantism will not be tolerated, or should not be tolerated, in Loudwater. And this, my lord, is what happens when you allow the Lord's Alliance to dictate what we do here.
Again, who's in charge? Seems to me like he's trying to dictate what your grace does, or who he listens to. This is the second time that he's tried to tell you something in regards that would damage your reputation with your own populace.
There is no damage here, and if you are insinuating that I should not rely on my trusted steward, my trusted advisor, then simply you are unaware of how nobility works. Regardless, though, I thought you were here to convince me to offer my assistance. But instead you insult my town, you insult myself, and you insult my steward.
We've not insulted your town.
We care about your town. That's why we're trying to help.
What is the point here?
Lear and I are just like swinging back and forth while eating.
Yeah, I'm just eating, kicking my.
Joffrey tells me of this great evil that you have discovered, yet you have said nothing about it.
Yeah, I don't know why they're so.
I'm starting to get impatient.
So you haven't heard about the corrupted animals found in one of your buildings, then?
One of my buildings? What are you...
You own every building in this village or town.
There's a lot of hostility.
That is not true.
Do the people not pay taxes?
They do, but I do not own every building in this town.
There's a lot of assumptions.
Odd view, regardless.
Anyway, I think we're lost with this. Lear, please explain what we have found, other than what's happening in the city.
Yeah. I don't know why they're so caught up on this, Your Grace, but to be truthful, what we really came here for, we have this issue with this witch, been corrupting neighboring forests and villages with this black ichor. Makes creatures enrage and bloodthirst, attack anything on sight. Being as close to Loudwater as me and my circle, it means a lot to me to try to gain some type of resistance, some type of group to deal with it. I know it's short notice, but I feel it is necessary. I speak for the Velashar, and I do apologize for these two. I do not know why they came at you like this.
Well, I appreciate your candidness, Lear. I have always respected the Velashar, and I do hold a respect for druids in general. They often will get to the point. And at this he turns to Joffrey. You would have done better, Joffrey, just to bring Lear, not the rest of this lot. Regardless, this witch that you speak of, what makes all of you and Joffrey and the Lord's Alliance, I suppose, fear her so much?
Tampering with the natural order. All around us, things have been changing. Especially close to Loudwater. The forest spirit there, something has corrupted it, potentially. Tampered with it. We believe it to be this Rasha. We fear that she might be doing this across many circles, many lands, and it's just an assumption right now. We don't really have evidence on that part, but
But you know where this Russia is.
we believe so.
And Geoffrey, you were requesting the assistance of Loudwater in dealing with this threat. Yes, High Lord. Well, if it's as serious as you say, then I might be inclined to agree with you. I have obviously heard word of the beasts roaming the landscape, affecting trade and hurting or killing people. Gerard, steward, pipes up once again. Yes, this all seems very compelling. But we must remember, Your Grace, that Loudwater has its own problems that we are currently dealing with. We have devoted the majority of the guard to looking for the Grey Sword that was stolen. We cannot afford to give up any more. The High Lord responds. Yes, this is true. Tell me, Geoffrey has told me about all of your capabilities. He did not inform me of some of your lack of social grace. However, as a former mercenary or adventurer myself, I understand that passions can be high. Just how capable are you lot?
Well, you've clearly seen we're passionate. So I look over to Novus, and we do care about this town. I mean, 2 of us are from this area. And they mean well. And short time we've been together, we've accomplished quite a bit. I mean, shit, we've worked with other circles, giants even. I mean, we are done more than even we expected.
I've died 2 times.
At this,
Brought back.
Dorian takes the napkin and wipes his face now that he's finished. We killed the king of the stone giants.
Yes.
Really?
Peaceful regime up there. I mean, that alone.
Felling a stone giant is quite impressive.
Yes, and Rasha had her twisted fingers deep within the king there. He was twisted and corrupted just like many of these.
Oh my.
Their current leader.
Not current anymore.
Oh, at the time.
Yeah. So we've done quite a bit.
That takes me back.
But you said this sword.
Killing a giant.
What happened to this sword?
Was stolen. From right here. My manor, my hall. My sword. The Grey Sword of Loudwater. That was once used to free this land of many a beast that had inhabited it. Carving the way for my leadership here. And it's been taken from under our noses. And as you understand, it is a symbol to our people and a very mighty weapon that means a lot to me. It must be found. I'm afraid I can think of not much else with its absence.
How long ago was it stolen?
It has been gone about 2 weeks.
we help you with this, and honestly, collectively as a group, we need to decide. But if we do, you will help us with the Rasha.
Before he answers, Gerard speaks up. My lord, we have this under control. We will find the sword without these ruffians' assistance, if you could even call it that. There was no need to get anyone else involved. It will only muddy the... High Lord holds up his arm. That is enough, Gerard. If these people can fell a stone giant, then they can certainly assist with an investigation such as this. And I would prefer that as many hands and minds be upon this task as possible. Do I make myself clear? At this, Gerard kind of backs up, kind of is put into his place a little bit, and says, "Yes, very well, my lord, I understand."
Oh,
Now,
can I just make a quick insight check to see how, like, his reaction to him or us
yeah,
offering our services?
Who? The Gerard or?
Gerard, the advisor.
I hope he has a sword so we can kill him.
Nope. I'm not gonna catch anything.
I mean, you can see that he's a bit defeated, but other than kind of, getting put in his place a little bit, there's really no clear indication of any further meaning behind his reaction.
Cool.
What I can say is that if you find or contribute to the finding of my sword, Loudwater will be in your debt. And I can certainly do everything in my power to assist you in this. And once it is found, many resources will be freed up as well that can be used to stop this Rasha that you speak of.
Is there any reason why it may have been stolen? Does it have any magical properties?
Mainly sentimental. It's a item that is very dear to me and to this town. A symbol of its greatness. I do not know why it would be stolen, other than to strike a blow at our legitimacy
Do you have
as
anyone in
a...
mind that
No.
would want to take it?
Did they break into any sign of break-in? They come inside here?
Well, Gerard is the head of the investigation. And so, Gerard, after we finish our meal here, why don't you take them to the scene of the crime? And you will have full permission to investigate to the best of your ability. And, of course, feel free to ask Gerard any questions. And he will answer them.
Thank you. I give a bow to him. Seated bow.
Now, one curiosity that I have is you, Doran. What brings you to a place such as this?
Hmm.
Perhaps somewhat far from home, yes?
Just a simple mercenary. I go where my work takes me.
Well, I can certainly relate to that. Just a curiosity of mine. And you, Rashider, something very familiar air about you, but I can't quite place a finger on it. You dealt with nobility in the past?
Oh yeah.
You could say that.
I was about to say, in a way.
Hmm. Well, I would not ask you to reveal anything further. Well,
Nice guy.
if there are any other questions or concerns you wish to present while you have an audience with me, I would ask that you do so now. I am
There
prepared to
is
retire.
your sword. Are there any distinguishing markings or anything? What does it look like so we know what we're looking for?
It's emblazoned with the crest of Loudwater.
The
It
hedgehog.
is an ornate sword with many runes down the side of the blade. It's large. You'll know it when you see it because it is from hilt to the tip of the blade. It is roughly 10 feet long.
Oh damn.
How did you wield such a thing?
How big is he? You said he was big, but like how
He
big?
is a large man.
Oh, yeah.
He was clearly a warrior in days past.
Okay, what's his... I'm assuming the sword would have been in this room somewhere on display, right?
Not in the dining hall, no.
We're going
Not
to
He
on-
said
its
that
display room.
he said he would take you. Yeah, he said
Okay.
he would have Gerard take you to.
I want to see if the scabbard's there and what it looks like.
There is one. Might be
If
small.
there is one.
That's all I got.
Oh.
Very fancy.
By the collective silence, I think we're done here, do you?
Mhm.
So the High Lord stands up and he says, "Well, it was great to meet most of you. Now, Geoffrey, see to it that the proper paperwork is completed. But I would like to formally employ your individuals here to assist. And that reminds me, I take it you are all in a group, correct? You
Oh,
work
yeah.
together?
I just sigh because I know where this is going. Yes,
We are the Vela Shore.
we are not.
Do you have a name you call
No.
yourselves by?
My head just rolls over to Cliff. Go ahead.
Obsidian Storm.
Helps us.
Obsidian Storm. Well, I've certainly heard worse. Well, Obsidian Storm, I hope that you can assist me in this matter, and trust that, should you be successful, I will uphold my end of the bargain. Now, if you'll excuse me, I am to retire. And he leaves. And once he leaves, the High Lady Quatrana kind of speaks up, and she stands up and says, "Please find this for him. It's so very important, not just to the town, but mostly to the High Lord." She gives a final curtsy before walking off in the same direction. You're left with Geoffrey and Gerard. Gerard kind of is standing with his hands together, his fingertips just touching. "Well, I suppose you want to see where the sword was kept."
Yes, lead the way.
"Yes. Would like to make it clear that I don't like any of you, and you are not needed in this investigation."
I'd like to make it
Likewise.
clear that I don't really care, and it's not your decision. So lead the way.
We did.
Very well. And he leads you to down a hall and into like a display, like almost like a trophy room, where there are taxidermied beasts and animals, large bears, wolves, deer,
Oh my.
and whatnot. There's an owl bear in there that's been taxidermied,
We
as
should.
well as suits of armor and other weaponry. But in the back of the room, there's a large display area with a plaque and a large empty space where the sword, the gray sword of Loudwater, used to sit, you presume. Yes, this is where the sword was kept.
Are there any windows in here?
Yes, there are a couple of windows. What you can see is when you look out of the windows that there is sort of like a drop of about 10 feet from the bottom of the window down to the ground, and nothing that would be capable of climbing upon or anything like that.
Were these windows shattered or opened when you discovered the sword was gone?
No.
Alright,
How
Rash.
thoroughly is this room cleaned?
It's cleaned every day by the staff.
How thoroughly? I want to go over and inspect the windowsills for any like
As
scuff.
thoroughly as they will, I suppose. Okay, make an investigation check.
Investigation. Come on. Investigation. Fuck me. Alright, cool.
9?
What-
I'm
What
done
were
for
you
the rest of the
looking
session.
for?
He was looking for like scuff
Scuff
marks
marks.
on the windowsill.
No, in fact, it's completely clean. Like, it's been meticulously dusted.
Besides the windows and the door we came through, is there any other like entrances to this room?
Not that you can tell.
You know what that means. There's a secret one.
Is that what that means?
There's certain ways a DM answers that let you know. Alright, Rashadir, this is your wheelhouse. Start looking.
Nice.
Cool.
Did I do it right, Cliff? Is that how you do those puns, you call them?
Oh, puns, but yes, quite fun. Hee hee.
You said in my wheelhouse?
Yeah, the Loudwater wheelhouse. We're in Loudwater.
Do we need to go there? What's in the wheelhouse?
Don't worry about it. Was anything
Oh.
else taken besides the sword?
No, just the sword.
How valuable does this shit in here look? Just, like, glancing over it, does it look like this stuff could be worth something?
Yeah.
Obviously, not like the taxidermy, but like the armor.
Yeah, I mean, there's full sets of armor that are probably worth, a couple thousand gold pieces. The taxidermy work is, of subjective value, but certainly worth money.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff in here that would be considered valuable.
And the High Lord says the sword is more sentimental than any actual real value to it.
Well, I mean,
It's a 10-foot long greatsword.
are you asking Gerard this, or?
Yes.
Well, yes, it's sentimental, but it's the sigil of our great town. I'm sure there are many collectors who would like to get their hands on it. Beyond that, it was a mighty weapon that was used by the High Lord himself to assist in taming these wilds out here. certainly very, very valuable.
What I'm getting at is that this appears not to be a common burglary, because they would have absconded with more of these items than just the sword.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
So if it was about
yes.
money,
Thank you for telling me something I already know. Of course, we expected many things to be taken, not just that. Of course, the sword itself is very heavy. If you were to take one thing out of this place, that might be the only thing you could get. That being said, it's also the most valuable thing in this room. So, that leaves a lot up for interpretation. That
I'm-
being said, though, I do agree it is more of more of an attack on our legitimacy than anything.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to cover all bases, because from what I've seen before and from your job, I had your intelligence a little bit in question. My apologies. Rashadir, how's the investigation going?
Well, there's nothing left on the windows.
That's all
Yes,
you.
it was 2 weeks ago.
Yes. That's hence the question why. How well do your servants clean the room? Because they might have missed it.
Who all has access
Well,
to this
of course
room?
we investigated before. Who has access to this room?
Can anyone just come in here? Is it only
Well,
certain
anyone
individuals?
who is allowed access to the hall. This is a room of great prestige and honor and pride of the High Lord. He likes to display it to whomever he wishes.
Novus. He's muted. Nice.
I'm back. What's up?
Detect magic in here.
I detect magic.
Your ritual?
What are you doing?
His job.
None of your business.
No,
your
no, no. I will
business.
have no magic in here.
I do it anyway.
You probably have to actually cast it unless you want to have them try and interfere with your ritual.
Oh no,
Yeah.
I'm using this first level spell slot to cast it.
Okay. All right. So, you do not detect any magic on any of the objects in the room. However, you do get a ping
Yeah.
from your party members as well as
Oh.
Gerard.
Gerard?
Yeah, he's
Wow.
magic shit.
What kind of ping does he get off Gerard?
Yeah, what kind of ping is it?
Let me see here. I need to look this up.
I learn his school of magic.
Oh, it's whatever item.
Oh yeah.
Might not be an item.
This is true.
Yeah, what if he's a mimic?
Yeah, you could have a spell
Well-
cast on him or something.
Technically, the only reason we got the detect magic to work on that is because it was a special type of mimic, right?
No,
It is, I'd say it is the.
isn't that such a pain in the ass? Like, what the fuck does
It
this
is
fu-
because like it's not necessarily a.
Exactly.
It doesn't necessarily.
Why
go
don't you
hand in
just
hand.
best explain?
Yeah, that's probably easier. So you detect that Gerard has magic items on his person that are enchanted with some amount of magical capability, and the sense that you're getting from them is that they are offensive in nature.
Hmm.
Hmm.
That makes sense. Geoffrey is a Lord's Alliance head guy.
No, Gerard.
Oh, Gerard.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Geoffrey did not come with you.
The
Oh, that's
steward.
Yeah, the
Yeah, but still,
steward.
it's got to make sense. He's always near the king. He probably had the last line of defense for assassins, and
Are you saying this out loud, or are you guys gonna wait until?
I'm just saying above board.
Well,
Sorry.
we don't know. Novus is the only one that knows, unless he
Yeah.
says
So
something.
Novus, this is what you sense. So what do? You sense no other magic in the room other than that.
Did you get anything?
I did.
Okay. What? Any magical?
It's probably best if we discuss it in private.
Why?
No,
What?
why don't you tell us right now?
Yeah. You probably
did-
know.
Is there like a magical switch or something? A trap door?
Yeah.
No.
Kind of important we know
Our,
that.
Gerard here has some magical items on him.
Okay. I mean,
Okay.
we all have magical items
Okay.
on. What's.
What are you insinuating?
Yeah, what are you insinuating?
Insinuating that you have magical items.
Yes, but the look upon your face, Novus, what is it? Tell me.
Did you hit yourself with a wand again?
They're not just, they're offensive
Yeah,
magical
we
items.
all have offensive stuff. My staff.
My
is-
crossbow.
My sword.
My
Yeah.
goggle.
Ah, yes, the gods.
Sorry.
Well, while the High Lord ordered me to allow you full access, I think it's about time for you all to go. If you need
Oh,
to come back tomorrow,
I want to try one more
feel
thing
free
before
to
we
do
leave.
so. But
Can I see those the glasses of minute seeing?
Sure.
So
The entire island is wet.
Ew.
yeah. So that would be a good place to look, either on the actual rack itself, because he himself said it was heavy.
You do what you think here. What would Ratcheteer thinks the best spot to look at would be?
Maybe I already tried to inspect the windows.
Well, don't inspect the windows then. Expect someone else. What do you think? What's your gut telling you here?
Besides, we all don't like this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a given, but pertaining to the investigation, what's your gut telling you? What do you need to look at here?
I try and inspect around where the sword was. Because a sword that large is going to be difficult to move unless the person who stole it is exceedingly strong or was using a type of magic.
a
Science.
sword can be picked up. That is the point of a sword.
Yes, but not your everyday sword is 10 feet long. A sword that heavy is going to have some weight to it.
Yes, but I'm sure any one of you could pick it up on your own, regardless of its heft.
Don't look at Novus. I don't know
But
about
not-
that.
But not exit easily or very quietly.
Well, then perhaps there were more than one person here.
There's a lot of possibilities. But we should walk and talk maybe if we don't have any more to investigate here.
Yes, and in fact, Captain, please escort them out of the manor. Please. You heard the man. Come on. You can come back tomorrow if you want to take a look at anything else. Getting late. And so Captain Stanmore kind of escorts you, as well as Geoffrey, out of the hall, the High Lord's Hall, and back out onto the streets of Loudwater. He turns to the right to presumably go back to the guardhouse, and you're left with Geoffrey outside. I think we accomplished what we set out to do. However, I would ask that in the future you have a bit more class,
That
a
was
bit more social intelligence.
that was
it
probably
comes to
one of
these
the
things.
most interesting dinners I've attended. I'm not gonna lie.
Good food, at least.
Oh, it was. That steward seems to be a problem, though.
Yes,
Yeah, don't
and
much care for him.
I completely agree, actually. But I'll leave the investigation up to all of you. My efforts will likely be spent smoothing over the Lord Alliance and the High Lord's relationship. Thank you for the Mars that you've placed upon it.
You're
Regardless,
welcome.
though, get this done, and it seems we'll have the High Lord's support. So, happy hunting.
Yes. Should we head to the wheelhouse, or what do you guys think?
I'm just kind of stumped here.
Yeah, let's walk and talk. I have some ideas.
I feel like that. I feel the steward knows more than he's letting on.
Oh, of course. He's a venomous snake.
He's awfully too keen to keep the High Lord out of the loop on everything, it seems.
Yeah. I'm also curious. I feel like if he has anything to do with it, he probably has someone else do his dirty work.
I am interested, though. Yes, it wouldn't be too odd, but a steward usually isn't armed to the teeth with what appears to be magical weapons.
That is
Just
true.
the fact that he had.
Especially in a backwater like this.
It doesn't seem like that is true, and it doesn't seem like a high lord of his stature
But
that
no, we
was a.
all have magical weapons.
That is true.
Yes, Novus. We definitely wanted to combat and break out that idea in front of him, the suspect.
Exactly. That's the only point I was.
Oh my god.
We had to smooth things back over with him again. We're on the same page, Novus. It's just time and
I know.
place.
I
Alright.
shouldn't have said what I did.
Having to tell time and place to the Time Wizard.
It's okay. We'll
But-
work on it.
By the way, was I convincing? What do you think?
On what?
On our little ruse that, yeah, it was no big deal.
Well, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Good. Good.
Clearly,
Yeah.
it worked.
The classes are working, I see.
I'm guessing we're walking, talking.
Yes, we're walking and talking.
Right. And as you are all walking towards the direction of the Loudwater Wheelhouse, Lear, you notice, like, as you kind of get out of a good distance away from the High Lord's Hall and the wall surrounding it, you notice that it seems that Gerard was not lying. It was getting late. It was time for him to go. Because you see him exit and begin walking in the direction of the noble houses in the eastern district of the city.
Kind of like,
Was that the direction that those footprints we tracked?
Yes.
I tap the door and get his attention to look through.
Oh,
Seems
well,
like-
well. Look where he's going.
Well, to be honest, there are probably a number of people who live in those residences.
Yes,
We've
but
met maybe 2 or 3 of them.
yeah, but the fact that the footprints of Novus's attackers happen to go in the same district that he lives in.
Yeah.
And knowing that he doesn't like us very much, what if he hired people to kill us?
Well,
Get us out of the picture.
that was our first meeting, Novus. Why those people attacked you is yet to be seen.
It is confusing.
But as you're discussing, he is very quickly getting out of eyesight.
Should one of us follow him, Rashidor?
Like, if one of us follows him, we all should. I don't want to split up.
I mean, Rashidor's practically invisible when he wants to be.
I guess he could get out of, he could easily fly away or get out quick. What do you say, Rash?
I don't think he'd spot me if I tailed him. But you've already stated before that he's got magic on him, and of an offensive nature.
Could be quite dangerous. I mean, we don't really... Maybe we should just sleep for the night. And... I don't know.
It's maybe the only opportunity that we get to follow him, though.
I mean, he lives in this town, right?
I
I mean, I'm guessing. I don't know.
mean, he was walking into the residential district.
All right, analysis paralysis. You're losing time. If you want to follow him, you're going to have to start quickly.
Eh,
No thing, just do.
fuck it, whatever. I'll follow him.
Alright, I'm
All
gonna
right,
keep...
just you, or is everyone else going to try to follow as well?
I think we'll keep... Like, Rashidor is going to be the tail, but we will keep in the vicinity. Like, we will tail Rashidor tailing him.
Okay, so first things first, I need Rasher to make a stealth check, and then the rest of you to make stealth checks also.
Shadur makes a stealth check.
Oh, I thought that was Rashidor.
No,
Yes.
no. That's me.
Jesus Christ.
I didn't want to...
We all follow him. I don't understand.
How
I'm
do
not
you
s-
follow me?
I'm not saying we followed him. I'm saying we go in that direction and, like, stay close by. Like, we're not following Rashidor.
Well,
Yeah, I understand.
I'm explaining to
You
them because
are-
they think
you
we're
are-
following him for some reason. We're not.
I think I rolled a 19
Or
on that
6.
stealth check.
Yeah, that's a 19. 'Cause you got a 31 if you got a natural 20.
Which is nuts. Alright, so 11, 8, 20, and 6.
I mean, we're
for
really
the
not being stealthy
group.
anyway.
And a 30 from Rashidor. So, let me get a... So what's the marching order for the four of you?
Just a group cluster, just walking.
Yeah.
Who's in front? Who's in the back?
I mean, I don't think it matters. We're just kind of walking, right?
Apparently, it does matter. Whatever. I'm in the front pair.
Yeah, I'll be
Oh,
with...
with those rolls, it matters. So I'm just
Well, like
the
I
front
said,
pair.
we're not trying to be stealthy anyway. We're just in the vicinity. That we're close if Rashidor needs to run to us.
Mm-hmm. Well, how far back are you guys trailing?
I don't know, like,
We'll probably stop. I thought we'd stop trailing once we get close to, like, the district.
we're not gonna follow into the district.
Yeah.
He's the tail. We're not gonna walk off to the other. We're not walking off to the other side of town, where he's completely by himself.
Sure. So if so basically it's just so that if you hear a loud Rashidor scream, that you can
Yeah.
start.
Or
running
if he
into the-
needs to start, if he's running from something, we're close by that he can get to us faster.
All right. So as you're kind of just meandering around the town late at night, you, the four of you, Rashidor, obviously you are completely unhidden, and
What?
you eventually follow Gerard
Unhidden?
to what appears to be his residence in the noble housing district. northwest of the city. Or northeast of the city, rather.
So you fucked it up.
And-
So
Yeah, whatever.
it's normally it
But-
looks like northwest.
And you see him sort of getting into his what appears to be his house. And so what do you do?
I know where the building is, right?
Yep, you can clock it. You can say, okay, this is where the guy lives.
Yeah. I think that's pretty much all we need to do. It'd be safer to come in or investigate his place of residence without him actually being there.
Okay. And simultaneously, the four of you sort of meandering about in the same general vicinity. You, all four of you make perception checks.
Perception. Nope. Nope.
Nope.
Maybe. Probably not.
Maybe.
Better.
Hey.
I like how it just
All right.
progressively just got a little better, a little better, a little better.
Yeah. Well, even with that, you all are just walking around and you don't hear before someone calls out to you. Hey! And you turn around and there are three individuals behind you in an alley. And then, yeah, over here too. And then you turn back around and there's three more individuals now that have appeared in front of you, sort of smashing you into this this alleyway, caught you on both sides. And I will give you a visual representation here.
Help you with
Gotcha.
something.
Black
Roll
screen.
initiative.
Be by chance. I mean, it's been 4 hours already.
Yeah, that's true.
9.
Well, go ahead and roll initiative. I'll write it down
Ooh.
since I already asked you to do it.
And it's just a black screen for me, by the way.
Because you're not there.
Right, because
Oh.
you're not there.
Double nat
But I-
20s.
Damn.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
19.
19.
All right.
Oh, you rolled a 12.
Liv. 23. Wow.
20s.
Lear. 23.
Ooh, Doran's
On
9.
edge, apparently. And
Yeah.
then Nobis with a 19.
Scared.
Do I need to roll? Because I'm not technically there yet.
No, and they're pretty far. So
Yeah.
I'll activate your token just so you can see what's going on right now.
Trap card.
So you should be able to see what's going on now.
And distance is fairly relative for me anyway, so.
Yeah, you can freaking fly. So
Yeah. But as of right now, you don't even know that they're in trouble.
Yep.
And anyway, we'll fade to black as the four of you
Whoa.
are now entrapped in an alleyway,
I'm
having been ambushed.
I'm so scared.
These are the people that I offer jobs, right?
I hope they are. That'd be hilarious. I gotta kill
They're
them.
just like, hey, about that job offer, right?
No, we're killing. I think everyone's collectively a little bloodthirsty right now.
And
Oh, yeah.
these
Lear's ready.
and these people look like, I mean, they're dressed in robes and hoods, dark colored clothing, but they appear to be normal, like, commoners.
That's not
Nothing
what the
incredibly
mini shows,
special for
DM.
you.
Cliff is bringing the thunder, and I'll bring the lightning. Let's do this.
Yeah, just call a fucking lightning storm.
Absolutely will.
Oh my god.
I'll do a fire.
I will definitely know something's going on then.
Yeah, if anyone uses their thunder spells, Rashidir will hear that.
Right, and then, yeah. Just keep in mind, you're in the middle of a
Don't care.
town,
Okay.
Don't-
and,
Don't care.
you know, there may be consequences to murdering people without figuring out what's going on first.
I mean, they attacked us, self-defense.
It's true.
Self-defense.
Yeah,
That is true.
I'll cast Shatter and be like Obsidian Storm.
Yeah. How can I pick the weather?
Shatter actually make a sound?
Either
Okay, cool.
loud as fuck.
Yeah, shatter is thunder damage, so
Nice.